short price with an eyes on a championship for trainer Jack Fisher. Greg Wolf alongside Joe Clancy from the Saratoga Special, Andy Serling, New York Racing Association handicapper. Good to be with you guys today.
Thanks for having us. Last year was my maiden voyage to Aqueduct, and here we are, back for another year. Happy
I just
to be
think
here.
it's nice for you to come here so we feel like we're still in Saratoga.
Exactly.
It's sort of a perfect segue at the beginning of the Aqueduct meet.
And we're going to see a pretty good one here to start things off. That's the way you start off a meet with a grade 1.
Yeah, I mean, Snap Decision's a special horse. We've seen him in New York, all over the circuit. Jack Fisher's trying to win a championship. He got beat in this last year at a very short price. That's the only kind of thing that makes you hesitant a little bit, but just a class horse. If he wins, he goes over $1 million in career earnings, which is fun to see.
I'm kind of annoyed that I didn't look it up. Has he ever raced at Aqueduct before? Because he raced in the flat quite a bit in New York.
Yeah, he did run at Aqueduct on the flat for Shug. Actually ran against Cloud Computing, I think, too. I did a little homework. So, yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, dirt race. Yeah,
well,
I think they were mad at him.
And the same stable, he was actually favored against Bricks and Mortar in the non-winners of one at Belmont.
Wow.
As a 3-year-old.
There he is. He's 2-5. He is, look, he's way the horse to beat. Joe, he's conceding at least 20 pounds or more to everybody, though, in this field. How is that going to impact things?
Yeah, clearly it impacts him. I mean, last year he came here off a monster performance at Saratoga, which might have been one of the best races I've ever seen, jump race-wise, especially at Saratoga. And he came here, picked up even more weight, and got beat. He was second to a horse he gave 28 pounds to. So it's not quite that spread here, but he's ahead of these horses in terms of experience, ability, pretty much everything, accomplishment. He's just got to go out and do it. 2.5 miles, off a bit of a layoff. But Jack Fisher was very clear he wanted to have a fresh horse for the fall, where he thought he was a little over the top getting here last year, and then even further over the top when he got to Far Hills in October.
You get sign up started, play all the action, including this Lonesome Glory Grade 1 to kick off our meet with Snap Decision at 1-2 on the board. Pick 5 will begin with the flat races beginning in race number 2. Match 200, that code to punch in for new members when you sign up right there at NYRABets.com. Play with us all meet long and beyond. Again, at NYRABets.com. Some great offers there on the website as well. Be sure and opt into those when you get an opportunity. 3 minutes away from this opener on the card. Let's check in with Liza Hendricks.
Greg, great to be here at the Big A, and as Joe was saying, Snap Decision is going to be tough in here. He's the clear class in the race, but as you guys were mentioning, with the weights, it's a difficult race to handicap because he is giving away 20 to 22 pounds, and he'll likely go out to the lead. And last year we saw him go out to the lead, and then he just got a bit tired and got caught by Noah in the Mark, who, as you guys mentioned, was giving 28 pounds to. He looked good in the paddock. He was getting a little hot, but Jack Fisher's great with horses off of the layoff, so he looks fit. But at 1-2, I'm going to choose his stablemate, the 5, Proven Innocent. He's great value right now at 10-1. He's coming into this race fresh, and he is one who I think will be able to just sit off of him and pick up the pace and be able to close into Snap Decision, because he is getting that break in the weights, and he looked great in the paddock as well. As I mentioned, Jack Fisher is good with horses off of the layoff, so his two were looking good, and I'm looking to beat Snap Decision. You know, it's amazing to be able to watch him run, but at 1-2, I'm going to have to go with a longer price on the board. Greg.
All right, Liza, thank you. 10-1 on Proven Innocent, and we'll take a deeper look at here. There he is on your screen for Jack Fisher. And what do you make of the best of this horse? At his best, can he make an impact?
Yeah, I mean, at his best, he has not won an open stake, so that's sort of the next level. But he did win here. He won the novice stake here last year over the Mean Queen, another Phipps bred horse like Snap Decision, and he's a half to Norumbega and Ironicus and some of those horses. If Snap Decision wasn't in here, he'd be, and I like Liza's thinking, trying to find a little value. I like him. If Snap Decision wasn't here, I'd like him. He had excuses in his first 2 races this spring. They were bad, but he had a heat stroke the first time and came back and tried to run 2 weeks later and didn't run very well at all. Jack wisely skipped Saratoga and came straight here.
Talk about the difference between Percy Warner and racing here. Percy Warner being where a number of the horses Snap Decision and the horse you're just discussing ran last time.
Yeah, that's a racetrack in Nashville, Tennessee. It's actually a city park, Percy Warner Park. It's a oval type course, so that part turns aren't a big difference, but a big hill climb that they do in the Iroquois that Snap Decision was in twice. So the uphill finish both times. Very stamina testing. it is one of the premier meets in the spring, and the form usually translates. The best horses, you'll see horses win that maiden race there, translate to other races. But it's a little different style. You got to have a lot more stamina to sort of get home at a course like that compared to a flat track like Saratoga or Aqueduct.
Now, there's the 1-2 favorite. Makes a great appearance. We saw briefly there a moment ago L'Imperator, who former graded stakes winner, flat racing, most recently that Fort Marcy. That was back in May of 22 at Belmont. Jumps-wise, what do you think?
He looked great at Saratoga, winning the first time there, and then sort of his experience or lack of experience caught up with him a little bit the next time. If he learned anything from there, I think he's got enough flat speed to be a player, but he's got to learn how to run and jump with horses with a lot more experience here.
And even on the flat, he was a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde type horse, right? He could run really well, as Greg's pointing out, winning that stake, and then he could just run a complete clunker. So he seems to be that kind of horse.
Yeah, and when he ran at Saratoga, and he looks okay here, maybe he's not too stirred up. At Saratoga, he got very stirred up going into the paddock the second time, and he was just very washed out. He walked over way ahead they leave the barn at the same time, and he was 10 minutes ahead of the other horses by the time he got there. So it'll be interesting to see what he does here. I think that if they can get him to settle and use that flat speed, as long as he doesn't get caught out jumping wise. I mean, nobody in this race jumps as well as Snap Decision. Proven Innocence run more. Merry Makers run more. A lot of these horses have City Dreamers run a lot more. That experience catches out on a horse, especially we're going farther here to a 2.5.
Where are they going next?
These horses would most likely go to Far Hills in New Jersey in 4 weeks to October 21st, so 4-ish weeks. And it's a $250,000 Grade 1, the American Grand National, which would be Snap Decision's target. Some of these other horses here are eligible for the novice level. They have a big $100,000 novice race on that card. So that's where they're all sort of prepping, and why you see some horses skipping this from Saratoga. They're trying to get there a little fresher, too.
And if you guarantee the weather they had at Far Hills last year, Greg and I are coming to join you, right,
Awesome.
Greg? We let the Mig go last year, but he had a little too much fun while we were sitting here at the Big A. So
come on down. Of course, if it rains, it's not my problem.
No, we're not going in the rain. Mig's going if it rains.
And, with Snap Decision, too, I had a bit of a throat issue, an epiglottis issue. It seems like they figured that out. Still makes a little bit of noise, but it seems like he's better with that.
It was funny to talk to Jack about it a little bit. They did the laser surgery, the laser part of that off, which is supposed to help his airway.
Set for the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory to kick off this Belmont at Big A meet. Here's John Imbrial.
And it is Restitution who goes out for the early lead as all 7 have cleared that first fence. Restitution, the leader over the big favorite and the highweight Snap Decision, who now moves right alongside. And the two of them are together. They've got 4 lengths on L'Imperator, who is next in third. And then we come back to Barbados in fourth, followed by Proven Innocent in fifth. Merry Maker is at the back of the pack, along with City Dreamer. As the field goes around the far turn for the first time. And on the inside, it is Snap Decision, who now has the lead over Restitution. L'Imperator is racing in third, followed by Barbados in fourth. Merry Maker in the red cap on the far outside is in fifth. Then comes a Proven Innocent as the field comes past us now with Snap Decision showing the way by 2. And Restitution is in second with L'Imperator in third, and all have cleared that fence successfully, with Snap Decision leading here by a length. And Restitution remains in second, and L'Imperator is third. They're going for the fourth fence now. City Dreamer is racing in fourth. To his inside is Barbados. At the back of the pack, Proven Innocent and Merry Maker. And they all continue along, jumping well, going into the clubhouse turn for the first time. And it is Snap Decision, leading here by a length and a half. Restitution remains in second, and L'Imperator is third. Snap Decision under 162 pounds, giving 20 pounds or more to the rest of the field, leading here by 2. And Restitution is still in second, and L'Imperator is in third. They're up and over that fence. It's Merry Maker who is next as the field continues up the backstretch. Snap Decision, Restitution, they remain 1-2 with L'Imperator in third. City Dreamers on the outside of Barbados. And at the back of the pack are Merry Maker and Proven Innocent. Snap Decision leads here by a little more than a length. Restitution and L'Imperator. So they've been 1-2-3 most of the way here in this 2.5-mile journey. It is Snap Decision, the leader here, Restitution and L'Imperator are second and third, with City Dreamer advancing a bit now in fourth, followed by Barbados towards the inside, then Proven Innocent and Merry Maker. As they approach this fence, Snap Decision and the rest of the field up and over. Snap Decision has a 2-length lead, and there's about 1 lap remaining here. Snap Decision is the leader. Restitution getting a bit closer on the outside, with L'Imperator next in third, followed by City Dreamer in fourth, and they have cleared that fence in good order. Snap Decision is the one to catch, leading going around the clubhouse turn. And on the outside, it is Restitution in second, L'Imperator's next in third, followed by City Dreamer, Barbados, Proven Innocent on the outside. Merry Maker is at the back. And just a couple of fences remaining now. Snap Decision with a half-length lead. Restitution and L'Imperator, they have chased second and third right from the start. It is Snap Decision with the lead going to the final fence here. Snap Decision is the leader over that fence successfully as they go for the far turn the final time. Snap Decision leads Restitution and L'Imperator. Barbados is in fourth. City Dreamers on the outside in fifth. Merry Maker as they come for the top of the stretch with Snap Decision leading by 1.5 lengths. L'Imperator is on the inside, and on the outside is Proven Innocent now. It is Snap Decision trying to get this Grade 1 Lonesome Glory, but here's L'Imperator up to challenge, and Merry Maker is making a big move on the outside. Here is L'Imperator. Here is Merry Maker on the outside. It's L'Imperator and Merry Maker, and it's between these two coming on to the finish, and it will be Merry Maker to pull off the upset, and a big upset at 15-1 under Parker Hendricks.
Merry Maker, 15-1 upset. Snap Decision tried to take this group gate to wire, weakens late in the stretch, and it's this upset special with his 6-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been what I was concerned about, was just being in front the whole time, just getting pushed along, doing more than you want to do. Even they weren't going that fast, but just doing more than he wants to do. He gets sort of attacked here and can't hold those horses off, whether that's fitness, a little bit of everything. Those horses coming out of Saratoga, you know, maybe a little fitter and sharper, but he really didn't offer much response, and I would assume Graham Waters probably wanted him to get away from those horses sooner going down the back and didn't have enough horse to go do it.
Just seemed like he was completely empty in the last quarter, and maybe Wade as well. Combined those, but you know, you could say being on a lead, but he had just nothing down the lane. Just completely empty at the end.
No answer. And I don't know. Yeah, I mean, tactics, yeah, I would want him, I'd almost want to run somebody else to be in front and let him just, even if it's just a mental thing now, he's been run by and caught while on the lead 2 or 3 times since that big Saratoga effort. And, you know, they take nothing away from these horses. They ran really well. I mean, L'Imperator sat there up close and was able to kick, and then Merry Maker picked up all the pieces. Arch Kingsley 1-2.
It's been
1-2-3. Arch Kingsley.
It's been 4 years since Bricks and Mortar was basically retired after the Breeders' Cup, and this guy's still running. So he is an 8-year-old, and maybe he's just lost a step too.
Yeah, exactly. You can't take that away from him. But yeah, that was not the Snap Decision we saw at Saratoga. Maybe he moves forward off of this to go to Far Hills. I don't know. The weights get level, so these horses will have to prove themselves against them at level weights next time.
15-1, 5-1, 6-1. That trifecta, as Joe mentioned here, Arch Kingsley trifecta with the 1-2 favorite out of the mix. Snap Decision weakens to 4th after setting the tone throughout the majority of this race and just offering no response there in the stretch. So Merry Maker with a Grade 1 victory to kick off this meet. Belmont at the Big A. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. What an upset. Parker Hendricks for Arch Kingsley, Hurricane Farm, and a huge victory for this 6-year-old. We'll be back right after this.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000.
I'm at a very 85, 485,000. Thank you.
310,000 upstairs. His stakes producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte,
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
You'll have a lot of fun and excitement, and you'll meet some great people. All the folks I've met so far at Adelphi have just been super, and I've picked up some new friendships along the way.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races, underway at this meet here, Belmont of the Big A, with a Grade 1 upset in the Lonesome Glory handicap. Mary Maker, 15-1. Arch Kingsley, 1-2-3 here.
Yeah, Arch had been all summer at Saratoga, and during the meet he was in the Clark's Cottage barn right there by Ciro's, and he said his horses would just handle the fans every night just fine. So it worked. They showed up here and ran really well.
Maybe they were hanging out at Ciro's.
They might have been hanging out.
A lot of good stuff.
It's interesting. He ran a bunch of horses in that in the Belmont Gold Cup. This was one he did not run in the Belmont Gold Cup, though, that comes through and picks up the pieces here and wins.
L'Imperador is one I bet.
Yep.
Yeah. That was an inventive ride by Trevor.
Trophy presentation, there it is. And Parker Hendricks, good for him to get a big victory here at a big price here. It might be a tough interview to get for Liza. We'll see if she can work it out.
I stole him away, guys. But Parker, your first Grade 1 win, how's it feel?
Yeah, it was incredible. He jumped beautifully. He traveled really sweetly. I have to give a massive thank you to Arch Kingsley and his owners, Hurricane Farm, Taylor and Maya, William, everybody on their team. They did an incredible job preparing this horse, and I was really just a passenger.
And you were able to just drop them out the back and then come out and get them. Was that the plan?
Yeah, so that was the plan. I talked to Arch, and I watched his runs. Previously, he had a win earlier this year. He was dropped out right out the back. And then his prior two runs, he was 3rd and 4th in Saratoga. He was also dropped out last. So I said I'd just do that again. And Arch told me, he gave me a little insight. He said when they rode him more handy, he got lit up. So I just dropped him right out the back, took my time. And he loved the ground, and the course was in fantastic shape.
And you schooled him yesterday. Did that seem to make the difference?
Yeah, no, it was really nice. I had to sit on him yesterday. And actually, I've ridden him out a couple of times in Saratoga for Arch when I'd come to school other horses. So I had a pretty good feel of him. And I don't know if anybody saw in the preliminaries, he was getting a little antsy. And I knew he could do that. He can get a little revved and throw himself around. But no, it was great to just have a feel and get his eye in and, just have more miles together.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Parker getting his first Grade 1 win. So proud of him.
Brother, sister, well done. And what a moment. First grade one of his career, still extremely young. He's had a lot of success early, but he'd been struggling a little bit of late.
Yeah, his year this year, and he'd had a couple hard falls, had some injuries, missed some time. That's actually his first win since the end of April of any kind. So, and he rode that horse really well. I mean, just stayed out of all the early stuff and came and picked up the pieces, you know. And that horse had been hinting at maybe not this good, but again, without Snap Decision, it's a little weaker race, and Snap Decision clearly didn't run his race. So it's his third win over jumps, yeah. And his Saratoga efforts were okay. I think the trip helped, the longer trip, and then the tactics.
And Imperator showed up today, and he still ran him down the flat, which is not an easy thing to do, given Imperator's talents on the flat.
Yeah, exactly. And I think somehow, even it doesn't look that fast, but I think any of those horses up front going 2.5 miles are just doing a little more work. I mean, Parker's out the back pretty much the whole way, doing less work than everybody, and comes and runs by him at the end. I mean, his horse only ran a top speed of half a mile, you know, if that.
First flat race of the meet coming up. The pick 5 will begin here. 1 turn mile in this maiden special weight in Black Rain, 4 to 5, short price. Todd Pletcher, Rat Ortiz Jr. Just get back to what we just saw, Joe, before we let you go. And, you know, we have that other grade 1 coming up, the Grand National you talked about. Is Mary Maker a horse that can potentially be a factor in that one as well?
Yeah, I mean, to me, now you would. I mean, because you're kind of playing with house money.
4th race, which will be on the turf, mile and a 16th. New York Breds, allowance optional claim areas, and there is just no pace in this race. Orange Freeze put together back-to-back wins, including that New York Stallion Series victory at Saratoga, and then wound up a distant second in that Susie O'Kane as we take a look at her.
Yeah, you know, I have mixed feelings because I think that you're going to be dealing with a very different race than she's been in the last couple times, because she's been in 2 straight races where the paces were extremely fast. And she's run well with them. It was obviously a great claim by Bill Morey, and he's already well out. Claimed the horse for $40,000, and he's basically made $100,000 or close to that already. So going forward, it's all sort of juice for him. But it's a very different dynamic, and Collaboration, who maybe was hampered by faster paces, looks to be controlling speed. So while Orange Freeze is good, I wonder if the race dynamics will be against her quite a bit here.
We'll see if Collaboration can try and take it to this field. There is a severe lack of any kind of pace in this race. Orange Freeze, though, has run pretty consistently well the last 4 outings. And the rail was out that day in that Susie O'Kane. 2-path or worse all the way around.
Well, I thought she had delicious trips in her last 2 races, and I just don't see that happening. To me, she's a bet against today, though I'm not going to be shocked if she were to win.
Joel Rosario coming off a successful runner-up finish. Jockey standings at Kentucky Downs will be back in the irons. Here's Stella Mars spinning colors. They went head-to-head Saratoga back on August 12th.
Yeah, no, I'd be shocked if Spinning Colors was effective in this race. I think she found the right field last time. I know Stella Mars has been in pretty good form. Whether or not she can keep it together going forward remains to be seen. Listen, she was part of what was a great meet for Mark Hennig, but this was a day when the rail was probably a good place to be, and she spent the vast majority of the race on the inside. I don't know how strong that field was. Be honest with you, this is one of the races I'm looking forward to betting in here. I think Collaboration and the 3 Golden Rocket are very interesting players in here, and I'm looking to play against both Spinning Colors, particularly Spinning Colors, but even Orange Freeze as well, who I think will be favored.
And Stella Mars, that was a runner-up finish here to Spinning Colors.
She ran fine.
And her figure 2 back that was extremely strong. Can she somehow get back to that? If so, it's going to be very dangerous.
And can she hold that form? Because she has been in good form since being claimed, and I wonder if we'll see that form continue. Maybe we will.
That will be our early feature coming up on our FS2 coverage. Going to be bringing you races 2 through 6 on our FS2 coverage before we pause, take a timeout, and come back again from 5:30 to 6. Fast and good on the turf, our conditions to kick off our flat racing action. Again, presented here by Claiborne Farm. And that late pick 5 begins in race number 6. 5 consecutive training titles on the New York circuit here for Linda Rice after dramatic fashion with the final race of the meet, tying Chad Brown. And, 1 race in to the second to last day of the meet, she was 5 behind.
No, it's sort of amazing. And listen, obviously there were, plenty of second-place finishes for Chad Brown. And Linda, is much more geared up for the fact that we had rain that affected 16 racing days. But it's an amazing achievement, though, because Chad Brown is a loaded barn, and they're both great trainers that did a great job, and it's a very different game they're playing. Chad's playing to Saratoga with a very different kind of horse, whereas Linda, she had an Assault on Churchill Downs, an Assault that was so strong on Churchill Downs that I just saw something on Twitter. They've changed their claiming rules, and they might as well call them the Linda Rice changes. Now, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I understand there are probably changes that other tracks can't, should, and may well consider, but she's a game changer, Linda Rice. I mean, and tying Chad Brown, it's a great achievement. I really think it was, and they both had sensational meets. But Linda Rice, she changed the rules. You don't see too many people around here that cause racetracks to change the rules.
Now, congratulations to both those two barns, and they're both expected to be factors again at this meet here at Belmont at the Big A. 11 minutes away from our first flat race of the meet. Let's check in for the first time with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, we'll actually take a look at the new acquisition for the Linda Rice barn. And while Todd Pletcher, he sends out the favorite in here, Black Rain, who I like the effort he comes in off of. The extra furlong should help him out. I think Strapped is a bit interesting because, to be honest, I don't particularly like the looks of the current second choice and Opportunity Set. Granted, I never typically do, but Strapped I thought was interesting getting back to a fast main track here going the mile. He kind of has that typical Candy Ride foot to him where, yeah, they can handle the turf at times, but I think overall they're just a little bit more well-suited to the main track, and he looks fantastic here. Other than Black Rain, he's the next best-looking horse from the overall perspective here. So I think he is a bit intriguing for Linda Rice as she looks to kickstart yet another NYRA meet in high-flying fashion. Moving on to two gray horses who occupy the inside stalls. I was interested in number 1, Quality Chic, when he came to the David Jacobson barn last time out, but was wired by Digitize that day. He stumbled slightly at the start, and he's just not a horse that's quickly into stride. He kind of has that real laid-back demeanor to him as well. And I think getting an extra furlong to work with here at this one-turn mile kind of mitigates that a bit, lets him kind of get into a rhythm and not rushed off his feet. I did think he made up a bit of ground in a race that, for the most part, kind of dominated more towards the front end. He looks great here overall, and I just think this is a better spot for him. Now, a long shot in the mix is number 2, Braggadocious. I did not like the appearance of him when he showed up at Saratoga off of the Fasig-Tipton Horses of Racing Age sale. He just looked as though his top line had dropped away a bit, and it was odd because it was a period of time, as the guys were just talking about, that Mark Hennig was having such a sensational meet, and a lot of his horses looked sensational. And this guy didn't. But what a difference a race has made, and some more time in Mark's barn. He looks so much stronger than what he did going back to August 11th. I'm okay with him shortening up to this one-turn mile. He does present himself as a horse who is a bit of that more kind of plodding, galloping type, but he has blinkers today, a fairly significant cheater cut blinker, a short cut, but about 1.5 inches around his eye, and he just looks so much better than what he did first time for the barn, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Double-digit odds. Braggadocious here at 11:01. Blinkers go on. Let's go back to the favorite, though, 4-5. Black Rain. We'll show you that debut. It was 7/8 of a mile at Saratoga. And this is Todd Pletcher, first-time starter, did not take a lot of money. He was in the outside post, kind of veered out early on, and he was wide throughout.
Yeah, I'm not denying that he ran okay in that race, but I don't think he ran better than Quality Chic, who's number 5, who had more trouble at the start. And I also think there was an argument that you didn't want to be on the rail, especially down the stretch in here. And even the leader, who was cruising along, he got a little close to the inside, and I thought he caused him to tire a bit at the end. And I thought maybe the decision ultimately to go on the rail with a 5 hurt, whereas Black Rain was out in the middle of the track. I don't have a problem with Black Rain. Is he a more likely winner than the 1 Quality Chic? Maybe he is. He's not 6-7 times as likely, and the 4-5 and 6-1 difference makes no sense to me. And I know he's a second-time starter and he can improve Black Rain, but Todd Pletcher has him ready to go first time out. And he didn't take a lot of money in that race. So to me, he's a bit of a dubious 4-5 shot.
Still, when you look at it, and there he is, in terms of just upside, Quality Chic is making his 9th career start coming up.
I agree. He is a bit of a hanger. That's a great point, Greg. I agree. But I still think the odds difference makes him bettable.
Well, here he is. So the rematch coming up between these two. Isaac Castillo for David Jacobson.
And it was also first time for David Jacobson. I think he's an interesting player. I'm going to keep my eye on how David Jacobson's doing. I'm betting Quality Chic.
Here's one Maggie had her eyes on. Braggadocious, blinkers on.
Hey, maybe he's improved a lot. He did run fast in his debut. He gets back to that. He's a big-time player.
Cloud Forest off the claimed off of Mott for Ray Handel.
I wish Ray the best of success with the horse. If he hung last time, he could hang against you and I in a horse suit, Craig.
That was against 40 maiden claiming, by the way. Opportunity set for Chad Brown.
The hope is getting back to a harrowed fast track will help him.
Here's Todd Pletcher's Black Rain with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Would it be racy in New York if Irad was an odds-on in the first non-jump race?
And Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice claimed off of Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I mean, she's great off the claim with maidens, to be honest. Claimed off Todd Pletcher, that scares me a little bit. And she's got to get this horse to run faster than he's ever run before, right?
Yes, 10-1 right now. What's going on here? This is for our opening day coverage. Was this planned? Free Equidace past performances. You can follow along with all the stats of the trainers, jockeys, horses by going to NYRA.com/TV schedule. Play along.
Who's in charge of the drones around here? It's not you and I. As far as talent, I know I don't have.
Huge favorite, Black Rain. The rematch with Quality Chic. Let's talk Cloud Forest here, though. Claimed off of Bill Mott, now in the Ray Handel barn. There's the start, 3 starts back at Aqueduct, going a mile. That was back in April. That's a big figure that day.
Power in Numbers was sold for over $400,000 after winning a couple races down in Monmouth. Don't think he's run since those wins, but he won 2 straight. Oh, he's got races to make him a contender, but come on. That hang job last time, that was epic. Memphis was a Todd Pletcher, massive drop down, claimed by Linda Rice, came back and didn't run a step. He's going to beat me in here.
And we're going to see the horse who finished not just behind him. He was a long ways behind him. Happy Bob coming up a little bit later on in the card. He'll be in race 5 and potentially going to be the horse to beat in that 25,000 non-winners of 2 in the 5th.
Yeah, I have a different idea, but he's a player. He did run well last time out. We'll see what happens. Listen, I understand the thinking on Black Rain, but you have to agree. Doesn't it feel like they're just going a little bit overboard on Irad Ortiz here?
That often happens. I will say this horse got a huge number thoroughgraph-wise.
Right.
But I know he got a wide trip.
That's the thing.
And I know you're saying the rail was compromising.
This kind of gets the heart of my general issue. When you use, and I think the thoroughgraphs and the Ragozins have great value, and obviously I have great respect for the work that they do. But one issue I have is that they believe in wides, and when the rail is bad, that can make their figures a little bit suspect, and that's an issue I have with them. And this is maybe a reasonable test of that situation.
But also, you can look at the upside, too. It's start number 2 from one of the best barns the sport has ever seen. Let's go back to Maggie for more.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Opportunity Set. He's not a horse that I've always particularly liked in the paddock. He's kind of a horse that's very light. He really didn't fill out going from 2 to 3, 3 to 4. But he is second off the left. I thought he looked fit for that comeback race, but he stretches out in distance and gets a fast track. Well, Flavien Prat gave him a serious warm-up here. So with that stretch out in distance, I feel like they're going to try to be aggressive with this horse. I certainly liked him and elevated him a bit more once I saw that warm-up as opposed to what I saw back in the paddock. And 2, he was certainly flattered by the fact that Ludwig came back and won, albeit a 3-horse blanket photo, but still got a fast buyer speed figure in doing so. Well, I'll be competing for not buyer speed figures coming up tomorrow, but taking part in the Real Rider Cup. My 3rd attempt, but bringing the right horse this time around, as my man 91 Assault horse ran here in Saratoga, Belmont. He was the king of his home state down at the fairgrounds and won many races and several stakes for my husband Tom and I. And for the last year, we have been a team. We have been jumping. He loves it. He is just as honest and brave as he was on the racetrack over the jump. So hoping we have a good showing tomorrow. But at the end of the day, it's all about raising money for retired racehorses. is with this Real Ryder Cup, the brainchild of Anita Motion and Maggie Kimmett. Started back in 2017, and to date they have raised over $500,000, and it's expanded to 2 events, one at Fair Hill coming up tomorrow and the one back in July in Lexington. So if you can watch, if you can be there, great, but also asking kindly for any donations to the Real Ryder Cup, and you can check that out, Greg, at therealrydercup.com.
Maggie, thanks. Great cause. And yeah, if you can make any contribution, we encourage you to.
I just did. While we were talking before, I donated in Maggie's name. But it is a great cause, and we're happy and proud of Maggie for doing it.
Oh. Back to the race that's going to kick off this early pick 5. So here's Quality Chic. You're going to pick this one here over Black Rain here in the rematch, 9-2. That is a healthy price considering what this horse ran last time.
Yeah, I think that the problem is something that you brought up. He's got a little hang on him, this horse, and he's gotten there. Now, his last start was the first time for David Jacobson, and I don't think he ran that much worse than Black Rain. There's an argument he might have actually run as well, if not better, had some early trouble. And the thing about Black Rain, yes, I know horse can improve second time out, but Todd Pletcher, his firsters are ready to roll. This horse didn't get bet. He ran okay. I don't know. Maybe he'll win, but that seems like a crazy price to be taking, 3-5. I mean, 3-5 shots should be layovers, horses with established form. There's some horses in here that I make case for the 1, Opportunity Set, back to a fast track. Cloud Forest has certainly run fast races. You got Linda Rice off the claim on the outside, and Maggie's making a case for Braggadocious. So now there's a case to be made for just about anybody in here, and this horse is being bet like there's a case to be made for nobody but him. And I don't agree with that thinking at all.
See what happens here momentarily. You can play all the action again right there on IRABets.com. Get signed up. Started some great opportunities today, especially in the pick 4s with those extra pools. Be sure to opt into those chances if you hit those to get some extra money in your account.
I thought the
IRABets.com
cards to start this weekend, very good. I didn't do Talking Horses. You did it today, actually, but I'll be back on tomorrow. I like tomorrow's card quite a bit. I just finished up Saturday's card. Looking forward to that as well. Stakes action on both days in the turf. Very good race for the 3-year-old fillies tomorrow, the Winter Memories.
We're going to see a pretty accomplished dirt filly making the switch to grass for George Weaver.
Yep, unless she was entered as a faux MTO.
Oh, you think
possible? I don't know. I was kind of wondering that. Because the thing was, we were supposed to get a ton of rain yesterday. Something happened yesterday that never happened once in Saratoga. The ton of rain didn't show up. Maybe it's a good sign for things to come. And the great news is that going through even to next weekend, that forecast going forward looks very good. So looking forward to some good turf racing. Nice
here we go. Pick 5 begins here. Black Rain, start number 2 for Todd Pletcher. Rad Ortiz Jr. back down to 3-5. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And it is Black Rain who is going out for the early lead. Opportunity Set now moves up in between horses. Strapped is on the far outside. Then Quality Chic down at the rail alongside is Braggadocious. And it's a big break, about 7 lengths to Cloud Forest, who trails the field. As they cross over to the main track with Black Rain, the odds-on favorite in front by a half length. Opportunity Set sits in second. Quality Chic, Braggadocious, the 2 grays are right together. And on the outside is Strapped, the quarter went 23 and 4/5 seconds. Cloud Forest is the trailer. The leader is Black Rain, 3/4 of a length. Opportunity Set on the outside is a close second. Quality Chic is down at the rail. In between horses, Braggadocious, Strapped to his outside. A break of 4 to Cloud Forest. As they go into the far turn, the opening half went in 47 and 4. It's Black Rain, the leader, by 1.5 lengths. Quality Chic is now moving up into second. And then it's Opportunity Set. Strapped is gaining ground on the outside. Cloud Forest has drawn within 7 or 8 lengths of the lead. Braggadocious has dropped out of it. Black Rain takes the field to the top of the stretch, but here's Quality Chic now moving right alongside the challenge. Quality Chic and Black Rain, and the 2 of them are heads apart as they come down for the 8th pole. On the outside, it's Quality Chic, and on the inside, it's Black Rain, who continues to battle on with a 16th out. Black Rain narrowly, Quality Chic on the outside. They come for the finish, and Black Rain has broken his maiden here on this opening day, Belmont at the Big A.
Black Rain start number 2 in the rematch with Quality Chic. It came down to these two. Quality Chic right there just could not get by.
He's got a little bit of hang in him, and obviously that affected things at the end. Hey, congrats if you took the 3-5 on Black Rain. Don't spend all that money in one place. I feel like taking 5-1 on Quality Chic, you're going to make a lot more money in the racetrack over time, but he is a hanger. He had no excuse. He hung on the money.
One more look coming down the stretch, 3-5 or 5-1. And Black Rain, Rod Ortiz Jr., and this horse was sharp out of the gate, and that was a pretty good sign for this horse.
Yeah, he was. He ran fine. I mean, he found the right horse to beat. They beat the rest of the field by 100 lengths. I'm sorry, and yeah, I'm annoyed. I bet the one. He was 5-1. The disparity in price was ludicrous, and the race demonstrated that. But the point that you made early was a very valid point. The one, Quality Chic, is a horse that's gotten there before, and he does not finish the deal.
So Rad Ortiz Jr. coming off meet title, Saratoga, starts off Belmont at the Big A.
Oh, I owe you $160.
Ooh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
With a victory here.
So quarters, nickels, actually.
Early on, you would do that, wouldn't you? Going to slow pay me over the course of the entire
I was going to do that on that bet on the American Pharaoh years ago that I know you were there when I made it.
5-1, 3-6 around Ortiz Jr. Todd Pletcher, A1A Racing, and second time out for the Son of Connect. Able to get the job done here at Odds On, our first flat race of the meet here as we kick off action. Belmont at the Big A meet. We'll be back with the prices. We'll get into a pick 4 when we return with the third right after this.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Race with live coverage from Belmont at the Big A, and we are proudly brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Well, Irad Ortiz kicking things off here at the Big A, much like he left Saratoga with a winner, of course. And Irad, of course, you pulling away and winning by open lengths for another Saratoga title. Can you just reflect and talk about how much that means to you, such a prestigious meet?
It means a lot. It's a very prestigious meet to everybody. It's been a lot of hard work. You have to say thanks to the trainers and owner for supporting me. My agent, Steve Rushing, for doing a great job. And we're gonna try to keep doing as best as we can do out there.
What's it like sharing an agent with your brother, though?
I mean, I don't even know. He has the same agent, to be honest. I don't talk to Steve a lot about the business. He knows how he do his thing, so I do my thing, he do his thing, and we have no problem with that. I mean, he's doing my job. I'm really happy, and he's happy doing what he's doing right now, so why change anything?
Absolutely. You guys have been a big and good team for several years now. Let's talk a little bit about Black Rain. You rode him first time out, wide trip, but stayed on really nicely. Today, you're on a big favorite. Take no prisoners, right? Go straight to the lead.
He broke much better than last time, to be honest. Last time he missed the break a little bit, then I rushed him a little bit. You can see he's a big horse, so he broke much better today. I let him find his stride. I don't get on his weight. He find his stride, then I just keep it together until it was time to go.
Todd Pledger's one of those trainers where if you call on them, if they get headed, they find more.
Yeah, he was full. I was full of horse by the 316 pole. When he filled the other horse, he let me know he was ready to go, but he's doing by his own, so I don't get in a hurry. I just go liter by liter, and when I hit it once, he half a lane in front, and that was it.
All right, congratulations, kicking it off with a winner here.
Thank you.
All right, Belmont at the Big A. Could Irad Ortiz be getting another NYRA Meet title, guys?
Irad Ortiz Jr. train just keeps on rolling. What a year he is having. What a dominant Saratoga he is coming off of. The most dominant start we've probably ever seen to that meet.
Yeah, he was really cruising, and then obviously he picked up a bunch of wins when his brother, unfortunately, was injured for a few days, but he had such a terrific meet. Listen, he's a great rider, and his agent, Steve Rushing, because not only does Steve Rushing have Irad, as Maggie was alluding to, he has Jose Ortiz, and they're running 1-2 in all these meets. Yes, those guys are the goods, but Steve does a great job with them as well.
Time for our 2-year-old race of the day. It is brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion, General Sire Into Mischief. New York breds made in special weight, all trying to get that first win of their careers. 6 furlongs, main track coming up, and Andy, the 6, 7, the 8, all with a race under their belt that was a promising beginning. What do you think of those 3?
Well, I mean, I know what you're alluding to. You're saying if there's a first-time star that's good, and obviously a big pedigree in the 4 Slam and Gold, who's been working well, it's 8-1 now. That horse will come down from those odds. A good first-time star could beat these horses. As usual, they're overbetting the one Irad Ortiz is riding because Quiet Wisdom didn't run better than Catalina Crush for sure. Probably better than Agalos the Great, the horse on the outside, but they're going to overbet Irad, and that's something you have to look to take advantage of. Not to say that Quiet Wisdom can't win. He's a Todd Pletcher horse. He should be forward, but they're going to overbet Irad, and if you think because Irad won the first race at 3-5, he was a good bet, you're wrong.
And as Andy alluded to, yeah, the price will be coming down on the 4 out of Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner Bar of Gold, who won $1.5 million in her career, including that big upset at 66-1. On that big day. We'll talk more about her chances coming up. Jose Ortiz will ride there for John Kimmel as we get set for a pick 4 here in the 3rd. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, it is indeed a wide open Phillies Turf Triple finale we'll have coming up for you this weekend, including Highland Grace. We'll talk about her chances in the rest of the field when we come back.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
His name is Cyberknife!
Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Any success that we've enjoyed is directly attributable to the men and women who first bring horses to us to sell. It's not a chicken and the egg situation in the thoroughbred industry or in the auction industry. You got to have good product. If we're able to attract quality horses to our sale with quality men and women selling them, we're going to have good sales.
We provide a platform for the auction of thoroughbred horses. Our mission is to do that with the highest level of integrity and service. We are the oldest thoroughbred auction company in North America. The stops at Fasig-Tipton are circled on a calendar and are not to be missed. The product that our customers are able to provide is sought after throughout the world.
Well, I believe the future of Fasig-Tipton is extremely bright. Everything that we do is going to be to achieve success tomorrow by doing things right today. It's a commitment to get up and do the right thing every day in a consistent and a professional fashion, and that's a great recipe for success long term.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
There goes McCulloch up to challenge for the lead. Toscana Bell's in between horses and beside herself down at the rail. It is McCulloch ranging up on the outside, and McCulloch is now taking the lead. Toscana Bell continues to battle on, and down at the rail is beside herself. And now coming on late on the outside is Miss Yearwood. It is McCulloch with the lead. Toscana Bell not giving up. They come on for the finish, and it is McCulloch to win the Grade 3 Jockey Club Oaks.
Ryan Ortiz Jr., Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, last year's Jockey Club Oaks Invitational. It will not be those connections in this year's edition. No Chad Brown entry this year.
Yeah, I mean, he does have a lot of good 3-year-old turf fillies. 2 of them, or 3 of them actually, are entered in the Winter Memories on Friday, but I think he probably didn't feel any of them were ready to go a mile and 3/8 at this point, whereas McCulloch, she was a horse and she won. She was good going along this year as well, that wanted more distance, and that's the problem with these races. We don't have a program that really gets them ready for a mile and 3/8 in September, their 3-year-old year.
Don't feel too bad.
He's probably okay.
For Chad Brown, he's got plenty of depth with his turf stars, including early on opening weekend of Saratoga, an Italian being defeated by stablemate Whitebeam, who we're waiting to see come back.
Yeah, she hasn't come. Neither one has run.
No.
Don't know when and where. Probably Keeneland.
Yeah. A lot of depth there for that barn. But this year's edition, Jockey Club Oaks Invitational, we're going to have a little preview coming up here. Mile 3/8 on the turf. It's our ABR race of the week. And the favorite, even money morning line, Godolphin, Charlie Appleby, Eternal Hope, State's debut coming up.
Well, Eternal Hope lost, finishing 3rd last time in a Group 3, I want to say, over in Europe, going a mile and a quarter at Deauville. But the horse that won that race, she actually has a victory going back 1 or 2 starts over that filly that was impressive in winning our Saratoga Oaks. That race we ran a Bog, but she's a very nice French filly who runs some big races over there. So Eternal Hope is way the horse to beat. We know she shouldn't have a problem with the distance. The only thing I'll say is we got very used to the Charlie Appleby Godolphin horses just winning over here. They've not had that kind of success over the last year here, so maybe she's a little bit suspect. I'm very interested in the Barclay Tag horse inside of her.
Yeah, that's Highland Grace, we'll get to in a moment. But yeah, Charlie Appleby, it seemed like he was unbeatable for a while. That has cooled off a little bit. Sperling Bog, meanwhile, outside post-Graham motion. Manny Franco will be aboard, coming off a near miss and a stake at Laurel.
Well, take a look at the horse that beats her, because she's entered, I want to say, in the stake tomorrow, the Winter Memories. Now, I know this is longer, but I don't think Sperling Bog is that good.
It's 12-1 in that race tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, I don't think she's really that good. She got an interesting trip in here. She got a very good ride. Yeah, the winner got momentum on the outside, and maybe that made it a little tougher, but she did save ground, and she had a lot of things go her own way. And the thing is, you look at her finish in the Belmont Oaks. She rode a good rail that day, and she was ineffective. Is this an easier field? There's no question it is. But I still don't know that makes her effective in here, and that's one of the reasons I like Barclay Tag's horse, because I think she might be the only other major player besides the Godolphin runner.
Javier Castellano will take over on Highland Grace for Barclay Tagg. Wins at 1 3/8 to break her maiden. Took her a little while to kind of figure it out, but going longer certainly seems like it's been better for her, and then follows that up with a win at 1 1/4.
And don't you sort of get the feeling that Barclay waited out Saratoga waiting for this race? Because she was working up there, and he waited for this race, and this was a funny field of older horses. They're okay. There are no killers in here. What I liked about her performance was that nobody else in this race gained any ground. Basically, it was a bit of a merry-go-round affair, except for her, and she made this big run at the end. And as you were sort of alluding to, Greg, she's a horse that just seems to be getting better and better the more distance. She broke her maiden at this 1 3/8 distance, and I wonder if she's a horse that not only wants the ground, but Barclay has really had this race circled on his calendar, and I feel like she is a potential upsetter, the heavy favorite.
It was like statues. Everyone just kind of staying in
It's
place,
weird,
and then
right?
she rolled right on by. So stakes debut coming up for Highland Grace in this Grade 3 3/8 in our ABR Race of the Week. Coming up on Saturday, take a look at this Fasig-Tipton Fillies Turf Triple Series. Aspen Grove kicked things off with that Belmont Oaks Invitational win at 15-1 for trainer James Stack, Glen Hill Farm, and the Magniers, and then Elusive Princess in Saratoga.
The heavy favorite, the horse we were alluding to, that the Godolphin horse, lost horse that had beaten her. And if Godolphin wins this race, it'll be a clean sweep by the Europeans in these races. And I think it begs the question, where are the other Europeans in here? It's a $350,000 purse. This is a great opportunity to come over here and win a race that may not be that tough for a very, very good purse. And you have to wonder why they didn't take advantage of it, especially after we saw in the Sword Dancer, Coolmore sent over a rabbit, a horse that had been a rabbit for them in big races in Europe.
Yeah.
And that horse won by 7 lengths. Where are the Euros?
All right, we're going to have that for you again on Saturday. ABR Race of the Week, final leg of that Turf Triple Series for the Fillies. I want to remind you about this today. Opening day here at Belmont at the Big A, $10,000 hit and split for the early pick 4 coming up next in race number 3, and for the late pick 4 as well. Don't forget, you got to opt in to take advantage of that. The late pick 4 beginning in race number 7. And opt in. If you hit, share some of that money. Third race to kick off this early pick 4, 6 furlongs, main track, New York bred maiden. Special weight. Let's go to Maggie for more.
And Greg, we'll kick off with some first-time starters, beginning with number 2, Yo Banana Boy. Not sure where that name came from, but he is the first starter for trainer Destin Heath, as Destin for the last several years has been the farm trainer at WinStar, so preparing and getting horses, you know, legged up off layoffs and so on and so forth for many major outfits. And Destin's been around for quite a while and has been an assistant to other trainers in the past. This is a big, bulky, robust son of Practical Joke. They paid $160,000 for him after working 10 flat. Was asked a bit for that, but moved really well. Got over the ground quite nicely. Now, he is affixed with some shortcut blinkers today, but he looks fast. He's just a horse that's built that way. Could have a bit of gate speed. You never know with first-time starters, but at least that's the vibe he's giving me here in the paddock. Came in sharp and lively as well. Now, as far as fitness goes, I think the horses who have experience certainly have an edge over him, but I'm going to watch this guy with quite a bit of interest as we'll move on to the royally bred, New York bred, number 4, Slammin' Gold, a son of Tappet out of Bar of Gold, and she was such a tremendous runner for the Bromans, winning New York bred stakes, whether it was a dirt, turf, and of course capping off that career with the upset victory in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Now, he is a full brother to Coinage, who is a stakes winner on the turf, multiple stakes winner on the turf, and he looks a lot like him. So I thought a curious entering of him on the dirt first time out, but look, Bar of Gold obviously handled both surfaces. He has a little bit more turf look to him. He's a little bit smaller, but so is Coinage. Very much that same kind of line, but also I feel like he's going to need a start to kind of get things going from a fitness perspective as well. Came in with cotton in his ears. They've since taken it out, but he's in really really laid back, and I'm wondering if he just needs a start for that light bulb to go on. Next, we'll check in with one who has experience from the outside. That's number 8, Agalos the Great. I was really interested in him in that first start. He was, of course, wired that day as the favorite by Bustin' Away, who just looked like a quick, precocious type coming in from Finger Lakes, son of Bustin' Stones. And Agalos the Great was just kind of on the chase throughout. Now, he's on the outside. He's such a big horse. I was actually a little bit shocked that he had so much gate speed going the 6 furlongs. If anything, he's a lot tighter today. He's just a lot more defined here for the George Weaver barn. Still fairly laid back so far in the preliminaries, much like he was first time out, but I still think there's some ability with this horse, and I do think, Greg, he will run better at second asking.
It's been a great, really, year to this point, but certainly summer for George Weaver with his 2-year-olds. 3-1 right now, Agalos the Great. Second start coming up. Second start also for this one, for Todd Pletcher, our current 3-2 favorite, Quiet Wisdom. Around Ortiz Jr. will be aboard and had to face a Bob Baffert, second-time starter in the debut, who was quick out of the gate, was alone in front, and it was a long way back. He was the horse that challenged him.
Yeah, no, I don't have a big argument against him. I think he'll face a little pressure from the one outside, the far outside, Agalos the Great. But once again, I'm not sure why he's supposed to be favored over the 7, Catalina Crush, and I think that's only happening because it's Irad Ortiz. And Irad's terrific, but so is Javier Castellano, and it's horses that win races, so I think the 7 is an overlay as of now. And I think the Irad Ortiz money is making Quiet Wisdom, who can win, but they're making him the favorite.
There he is, coming off that dominant Saratoga. It was an incredible start, 21 wins, his first 71 mounts, and he just never looked back. Gate to wire for that riding title and the Angel Cordero Award. Upstate at the Spa. Here's the 7, just based purely off what they ran in their debuts. You're thinking this should be the favorite?
I thought he ran very well in his first start. I mean, I know he got the highest buyer figure by a few points, but also I liked the way he ran. It was a race that was basically dominated towards the front end, and yeah, he didn't get out. He sort of came in a little bit at the start, but he made this big, wide middle move, and then he tired in the very late stages. But I thought for a firster, sort of against the grain of the race, he ran very well in there. Now, maybe Norm Cassidy had him cranked up to go first time out, and he won't run as well today. But I thought, based on the 2 performances, I preferred Catalina Crush. Not by a huge amount, but I preferred him. And I think, listen, if Irad Ortiz was riding Catalina Crush and Javier Castellano was riding Quiet Wisdom, Catalina Crush would be favored.
No question. Or probably even Agalos the Great, for that matter.
or anybody. Or you and I know horses.
Concerning with this horse, the only 2 have come back to run out of that race. They've regressed quite a bit.
To be honest with you, I did not look that up. So you did more work on that than I did, as you did talking.
Okay. Trust Fund for Pletcher ran last. His next
yes,
was the
he did.
side.
He ran badly in the stake. That's true. Now, for what it's worth, the horse was 4th in Quiet Wisdom's, came back and ran a bad 4th, 7-5 at Finger Lakes.
Here's Albedo, went by 27-1. Yo Banana Boy, the first-time starter.
Oh, I like the name. I don't know anything about the horse. This horse is bad, huh? For connections you've never heard of. Why is this horse getting bad, huh?
In a minute, Flavian Pratt, Jimmy Ryerson.
Jimmy has an interesting first-time starter later in the card. We'll see how this one runs.
Here's the pedigree play out of Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner Bar of Gold.
Yeah,
the 4.
And you're right. Bar of Gold, it's really a turf family, but Bar of Gold was a good dirt horse.
Spendthrift Siren to Mischief. Quiet Wisdom, the 6. 8-5 favorite.
These New York breds, they can have sires from anywhere.
Catalina Cruiser, second-timer for Norm Cassidy. What a meet he had at Saratoga.
Catalina Crush. You just love Catalina Cruiser. Yeah, he was a good horse. I like Catalina Crush. I think he's the horse to beat.
And Agalos, the great second start, City of Light for George Weaver.
Of the 3 that ran, I like the field he comes out of the least. The horse who was second's kind of a hanger that came back to lose, and the winner of the race came from Finger Lakes. I prefer the 2 inside of him.
Well, here is a second-time starter as well. The 6, 7, 8, all making their second start. They all ran hitting the board in their debuts at Saratoga this summer. And this horse was pretty sharp early out of the gate. Wound up 3rd, beat a length as a beaten favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I think he ran okay in there. I didn't have a real knock on him. I just think the 6 and 7 are more likely winners than he is. He ran okay in this race, but he was 8-5. And I feel like 8-5 first-time stars or trainers like George Weaver are supposed to get it done. Whereas you mentioned Quiet Wisdom, Todd Pletcher not. He chased that Baffert horse who had run out in California once. And Catalina Crush was 7-1 in there. Actually finished ahead of the heavy favorite, who was a Chad Brown runner. And those horses were mired in AEs at Saratoga and was not entered back in this race.
So 3-1. He's the biggest price of the three who had those in-the-money finishes at Saratoga, making their second start, the 6, the 7, the 8. Manny Franco will be back aboard for start number 2. And back to the intriguing first-time star, surprisingly still holding up here at a price at 6-1.
Yeah, and that makes the 2 Yo Banana Boy interesting, right? Because I know he's got a couple okay works out of town, but this is a trainer I'm not familiar with at all, and they paid a lot of money for this horse, 2-year-old sale. And I have to admit, I forgot to watch this horse's 2-year-old sales work. A little bit lazy on my part. I missed that. And this could be an interesting horse for these connections, you know? I'm surprised to see the money this one's taking.
But this one, tap it out of Bar of Gold. Got good reviews for an August 28th work at Saratoga as well. We'll see what happens here for the debut. Coming up, Bar of Gold for what it's worth. Also won first time out as well. As we go back to the other first timer, taking more money than the pedigree play. Slam and Gold right now down to 5-1. Let's go back to Maggie.
Oh, Andy, come on, let's get your head in the game a little bit here. As I said back in the paddock, Destin Heath is no stranger. He's been preparing those WinStar horses for quite a while now. And I really like what I'm seeing from this horse. Like I said, I don't think he's as fit as some of the horses that have experience, but with Kendrick Carmouche, with the way he warmed up, with the 10 flat work, he should have some speed, at least from what he's showing me out on the racetrack as well. Very aggressive in that warm-up. As we'll also check in with number 6, Quiet Wisdom, your favorite. I didn't like this horse first time. He ran better than what I thought he would. Tall Paul, he had the experience. He wired the field today. He does look a little bit better in his coat. Quiet Wisdom, he was one that had a bit of skin disease. He's just a bit of a lighter framed horse. He's just not my cup of tea per se. But I get why people are drawn to him given his performance first time out and obviously the connections. Number 7, Catalina Crush, could run better and he could be quicker. I thought he would show more speed than what he did in that first start. He was just kind of sent on the chase and he got a little bit tired, but he did try the whole way.
All right, we'll try and get back to Maggie. Apologies for that technical difficulty as we're 2 minutes to post here and another look at prices come up on Quiet Wisdom, the Pletcher horse here at 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise that they're betting a little bit on the 7 in here, and I think we're generally on the same page as far as the ones that started. And the question is the 2-year-olds, and you know, obviously Maggie makes those good points, and Maggie always has so much good information with Destin Heath working at WinStar. I don't care where he works; not a household name.
First starter ever,
right? And you see Todd Pletcher,
and
you see George Weaver, and you see John Kimmel. This horse is bet, period, and for him to be the same price and actually looking at like exactas shorter than the 4 Slam and Gold. Now, maybe that's a negative on Slam and Gold, but at some point it has to be construed because this horse could be any price. Right, this horse could be any price in here. And Maggie talking about the work and the warm-up, don't you get the feeling with the money he's taking, and Maggie alluded to this, he's going to be a rocket ship coming out of the gate.
Sent out a cool tweet earlier today, Destin Heath, trainer of the 2. Win or lose today, absolute privilege to saddle a horse at the Big A for my first start as a public trainer. Beyond blessed to have some horses I have confidence in and a team behind me that believes in me. So good luck to him here. First start ever as a public trainer, and 4-1 on his first-time starter with a Todd Pletcher, a Norm Cassie, a George Weaver, and a big pedigree play with the 4 for John Kimmel.
Yeah, and he's really getting bet. Now, on the other hand, people love a wise guy situation, right? They clamor to it. So at some point he's going to get a little bandwagon effect. Though I'm going to say that last drop to 4-1 was not a bandwagon effect. That was a horse taking a real punch. It's very easy to try to put one over. And I don't mean that in a negative way, to get a winner, to train a horse up to it, a first-time starter, coming out of town. it's very easy to want to try. It's a lot hard to get it done. So if this horse wins, I tip my cap to them. They're hoping they brought over a live horse, but a lot of great trainers and smart people have brought over horses they thought were going to win, only to see, especially firsters, things not work out in the racetrack. But we wish them the best of luck, and I certainly think the money's very interesting.
What a moment that would be. First start as a public trainer for Destin Heath with a win with Yo Banana Boy. There's the 2 at 4-1 for that barn. Good luck today and going forward in his career. But the 5-2 favorite, Quiet Wisdom, Todd Pletcher, Rat Ortiz Jr., the 6. Catalina Crush, the 7 at 5-2 as well. Slight second choice there in the background. Norm Cassie, that sensational summer at Saratoga. Felt like we were in Hot Springs all over again. And then George Weaver, the Agalos the Great.
Rain, too. It felt like Hot
exactly.
Springs.
Set for this early pick 4. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Bit of an awkward start there for number 4, Slammin' Gold, and he trails. Yo Banana Boy is out first with Agalos the Great on the outside in second. Now Quiet Wisdom splits horses and grabs third. Albedo to his inside in fourth, and then Catalina Crush in fifth, followed by In a Minute and the slow starting Slammin' Gold. Yo Banana Boy is the leader here by a length. Agalos the Great runs in second, then the gray. Quiet Wisdom down at the rail. Catalina Crush on the outside, opening quarter 23 and 1/5 seconds. Slammin' Gold now begins to pick it up from the back, has advanced into fifth, 5 lengths from the front. He's followed by Albedo and In a Minute. Yo Banana Boy is the leader with a 1/4 mile to the finish. Quiet Wisdom is down towards the rail. Agalos the Great being asked for more as they pass the 3/16 pole. It is Yo Banana Boy in front. Quiet Wisdom, Agalos the Great giving chase second and third. Yo Banana Boy is still there. Then Agalos the Great and Quiet Wisdom. Yo Banana Boy trying to hold on. Agalos the Great, one last try on the outside. Agalos the Great got up in the final stride. Yo Banana Boy was second and Quiet Wisdom finished third.
Well, his first-time starter was sharp early, just cannot quite last to the end. Agalos the Great with the race under his belt, nails him at the wire.
Yeah, it really looked like Yo Banana Boy had it won. I mean, Agalos the Great went into a drive in the turn and was backing up. Irad appeared to have much more horse on Quiet Wisdom, but Agalos the Great just ground out the win here, and a tough beat for Yo Banana Boy. But Agalos the Great, you and I didn't like him, Greg, and maybe that helped get him home. And I want to say that RAP Racing, that is Rick Pitino, I believe. So maybe I'm wrong, but will the new coach of St. John's be at the Big A for this win?
Biggest price of those 3 that had those in-the-money finishes at Saratoga, making their second starts coming up, and just gets it. Look, big effort, first time out for Yo Banana Boy in defeat here. 8-2-6-7-1 to keep your eyes on next time out.
No next time for me with Yo Banana Boy. He was cranked up and ready to go today. Next time I'll be betting against him, but tough beat for them, and did a good job. They did everything but win the race.
3-1 on Agalos the Great. Manny Franco, George Weaver, and a City of Light second-time starter with the win. And not much from Catalina Crush here. And Slammin' Gold pretty far back early on. Did start to do a little bit of running late. Looked like certainly a day of education for that one with that big pedigree.
Turf.
8-2-6-7 finish here in the third. Well, the price is for you when we come back. George Weaver continuing to produce with his 2-year-olds. Manny Franco aboard for the win. And 3-1 here to kick off this early pick 4. We have another pick 4 ahead. Coming up the very next race. We'll begin on the turf at 1 1/16 when we come back. Watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. We'll be back right after this.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
War Bomber in front, War Bomber. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Welcome back here to America's Day at the Races, as we just saw Agalos the Great graduate on second asking for Rick Pitino, George Weaver, and Manny Franco. But I'm pleased to be joined by Destin Heath, who trained Yo Banana Boy to a really good effort first time out. Destin, he continuously took money. He was ready to roll, just beaten by the experience edge today.
You know, I'm very grateful to have a horse of that caliber to come up here to New York for his first start. Couldn't be more pleased with him. Shipped up to Belmont on Tuesday afternoon, handled the ship well, handled everything up to the race well, warmed up well, broke on top like we knew he would. You know, it just got beat by the experience, just like you said.
Well, Destin, people who don't know you, it's time to get a little introduction and get to know the trainer underneath the cowboy hat, I should say. But you've been on the farm working for WinStar for several years now. Talk about the decision to go out and open a public stable.
You know, it was a decision that came after many years of thinking. You know, I left WinStar last year. Kind of took it a little while to come out on my own and do my own thing, but very grateful for this owner, Rob Kratiger, been a lifelong friend. He kind of twisted my arm to do it, and we went to the sales this year. You know, it was a blessing to be able to do that, to be able to pick out horses that we wanted, that we thought could run, and start our own stable doing that way.
Now, you just said you got up to 12 now, and you're training out of Kentucky?
Yes, ma'am. Versailles, Kentucky, we've leased a barn at Blackwood Stables and hope to be there all winter long.
Southern charm, but don't call me ma'am.
Thank you.
Destin, congratulations on a great effort first time out, and here's to many more winners.
Hopefully we come back up here in a few weeks and break our maiden.
All right, love it, guys. Love getting to meet new faces in the training ranks as Yo Banana Boy. Fine effort at first asking here at the Big A.
He's older than she is.
Don't think she liked it too much either. His day used to begin at just after 4 a.m. when he arrived at the main training barn at WinStar. Put in a lot of good years there, and now good for him. Out with his first ever starter, and it would have been a little better story if he could have a few more jumps, get across that finish line first, but a promising start to the career. Our Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. It's Agalos the Great, and something to be made for experience.
I tell you what I give him credit for as well. being in such a good mood after taking such a brutal beat.
Yeah.
This was a tough beat, man. This horse did everything but win. And give some credit to Aguilos the Great and Manny Franco. Manny never, ever stops on him. He just kept running because, honestly, top of the stretch, you would have said he had a better chance to be out of the superfecta than he did of winning the race because Manny was in by the turn. He wasn't responding. It felt like Irad had so much more horse than the number 6. He didn't go anywhere in there, and Yo Banana Boy was cruising along. But a nice win for him. Congrats to Connections. And how's Rick going to do at St. John's? It's going to be a big deal, right? That's a big deal.
Absolutely. Bettino back at St. John's.
My first year in New York was the year when St. John's beat Georgetown in Georgetown, and they were 1-2, and then they met in the Garden, the first of 3 Georgetown blowout wins. That was, to this date, Greg, probably the most coveted ticket I've ever seen in New York to a sporting event.
Got to look at that recruiting class
incredible.
he brought in, too. I haven't seen who he's able to bring in, but you would think he's going to attract some talent.
Yeah, he's a great coach.
Mile to 16th on the turf in another pick 4 that begins here. Allowance optional claiming field to kick off another pick 4. And we talked about this race earlier. Not much pace in here. So what's going to happen early?
Well, I just think that Collaboration's at least going to have his best chance to win a race in a while. I mean, you have to be a little worried. She's been bad in her last 2 starts. But sometimes a horse that's a front-running type just won't run their races when they've rated. Now, she's rated before, and she's still been effective. So you do have to worry a little bit. But for me, the dynamics are so in her favor that I have to take a shot with her. The other horse I want to ask you about is Golden Rocket. You didn't think that in here she maybe had a chance? I mean, she didn't run well last time. She was a little bit wide.
She has a huge chance.
I thought she's a major player
back on
in here, if
Lasix
you want
as
a
well. I
price.
mean, she'd run well off Lasix, but still, she's back on. That can't hurt. And it put together back-to-back races very good outside of the Yado that I think makes her a contender.
Yeah,
Major contender.
I thought she was a big-time player as well, but my pick 4 went down the drain along with the dreams of Dustin Heath.
7-1 right now on Golden Rocket. We could start again here with a pick 4 coming up. We're going to take a timeout when we return. George Weaver, and we just saw win with Aguilos the Great. We're going to see him in action in the Winter Memories, making a big switch. Sacred Wish for a moment. Looked like she's going to win that Coaching Club American Oaks on dirt. Going to try turf for the first time on Friday.
Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curlin, the classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. BF Courage coming inside. Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Look at Winter Memories kick away, but Dream Beast is going to try to tackle her in the final furlong. Winter Memories, a 2.5 length lead, followed by Dream Beast coming down to the line, and Tapits Fly under the finish. It is Winter Memories, victorious again.
Saved her best for last. That made her a multiple Grade 1 winner Last time that we saw Winter Memories on the racetrack, and that was a 104 Beyer speed figure in the process, by far the best she ever produced. 8 for 12 in her career, $1.2+ million in earnings. Jimmy Toner, Phillips Racing, and it was Javier Castellano aboard.
Yeah, sadly her last start. She was such a popular horse with that incredible late burst she had. And I think she only, I was going to say, she only lost a few races in her career. She was kind of unlucky in the Lake Placid the year before with some bad weather, but she was a wonderful racehorse from a wonderful family as well.
We're going to have this year's edition of the Winter Memories coming up on our Friday card. And interesting with Sacred Wish switching to the turf. We'll get to her in a moment. Look at the field that's going to line up in this Mile on the Turf event. $135,000 purse for 3-year-old fillies. And we'll start by looking at the Lake Placid with Soviet Excess, tax implications to finish 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, I mean, I think they both had very good trips in here. Soviet Excess maybe mildly better, but it's pretty close. They both saved ground. Soviet Excess got a very good ride by Dylan Davis. The difference being that Soviet Excess was a big price that day and will be a fraction of that today, where I think tax implications will be a similar price. But they both ran well, and I think they're both players in this race. What's not to like?
There's no one in this field, though, that you can say, wow, this is the horse to beat or some sort of standout.
I agree. Yeah, I'm interested in the next horse we're going to talk about.
Sweet Lou's Got Aces, we're going to go back actually to the 2-year-old campaign. Final start of 2022 and a win in the Tepin. Pretty dominant gate-to-wire score.
Yeah, Aqueduct seems to be a track she's done well on. Now, to be fair, while this was the only race on this course that day, there's an argument that her speed and her position on the inside was to her advantage, but she ran very, very well. And this was as a 2-year-old. Now, when you look and you say, well, she's missed a lot of time, where's she been? Because she won a race, the first race, the day after the Belmont Stakes at Belmont. Well, where she's been is that she was sold privately. And she was sold, I think, for $380,000 at the auction in Kentucky in July. And he's been moved to Graham Motion. Now, no knock on Ray Handel, but it's not a bad thing to go to Graham Motion. And I thought she'd be very dangerous in here as kind of a new face. There's a Chad Brown 3-headed monster, but I thought she was a major player.
And she's not some filly that has to be in front, has to have the lead.
Right.
You look at that win last time out at Belmont. That was early June, as you talked about, day after the Belmont. Sat off the pace that day with Dylan Davis. Trevor McCarthy will ride. Sacred Wish we'll get to in a moment. Let's look at Silver Skillet. Joel Rosario, Christophe Clement. Rosario's been aboard for back-to-back wins, including that Susie O'Kane at Saratoga.
Hey, I can't blame Christophe Clement for feeling his oats a bit. He had a great Saratoga meet, and they were on fire the last, week and a half of the meet. And they are coming to this meet very strong. This is a huge step up, though, for this filly, because not only, I'm trying to find the race, not only is these much better horses, but she also got a great setup with that fast pace. Now, let's see. We'll see how Orange Freeze, who she easily beat in this day, does in the upcoming 4th race here. But this is a big step forward. But, hey, why not? You got to take a shot. She can always go back into a comfort zone and run against New York Breds. It's not like she's going to run against a lot of easy fillies and mares in the New York Bred Stakes as well. As she's running out of conditions, she has no more New York Bred conditions.
And, yeah, it's just great to see a field of this size line up.
Yeah.
And go after this person. So let's get to the filly who will try turf for the first time. That is Sacred Wish. That huge effort, Coaching Club American Oaks. She just missed against Wet Paint, who came and ran her down. Trying turf, and she's had a couple of works over it recently.
It's funny, the dam actually ran in Europe, and she wasn't very good over there, but the second dam was a dirt horse, and the dams produced 4 horses to try to turf. 1 of them won. None of them were very good. So there's 2 things going on. One is that George is thinking, let me take another avenue. She's not really good enough to beat the big girls in the division. It's the early in the meet. We moved the Mother Goose towards the end of the meet. Maybe he's thinking, there's still plenty of time in the Mother Goose late in October. I can come back in that race if she doesn't run well here. And if she can run well on the turf, it opens up lots of different avenues. Or he's thinking, it was going to rain. Maybe I'll run on the turf. Maybe I won't. If it stays on the turf, if it comes off, I'm going to be 2-5, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, I thought she was pretty good if the race was on the dirt. I don't know about you. I liked her chances in here. But maybe he's taking a shot, and there's just no other race. He feels like the other race is the Cotillion next week, right?
Well, it makes you think, too, with those 2 turf works leading up to this.
Yeah.
they do want to see what she can do.
Yeah, why not? I mean, it opens up a different avenue. We'll see. I mean, I guess if they're running here on the turf, they've decided we're not going to run the Cotillion next week. It's $1 million, a grade 1. She showed in the CCA Oaks she can run well enough to be competitive, but maybe they're feeling like that was the race for her to win and the field will be tougher, because I think Pretty Mischievous is running Cotillion. I'm not exactly sure who else, but probably some other pretty good horse in there. But this is a nice horse, Sacred Wish, however you want to cut it.
Well, we talked about Silver Skillet beating this one right here in the Susie O'Kane. That's Orange Freeze. Orange Freeze, 5-2 in this fourth race coming up that starts the middle pick 4. Put together back-to-back wins, including a win off the claim, first off the claim for Bill Morey. Then ran second in that Susie O'Kane at Saratoga. Let's go back to the victory. July 19th, early on at the meet at a mile.
This feels like a moment of deja vu. No, this is not the Susie O'Kane. This was the ride that Joel Rosario should have given Consumer credit in the Boston Spa, staying out of trouble in a fast-paced race. He just got her out in the clear and just assumed they'd be running early and she'd run at the end. It was a great claim by Bill Morey to get this horse. I mean, he claims this horse for $40,000. He wins $150,000 stake the next time out. Made him very happy. Christophe Clement, maybe not quite as much. This horse has made over $100,000 since the claim.
She's been very good, very consistent. She's run big. She does it from off the pace. Not going to get much pace to run after, though, today.
It's an interesting dynamics test, right? This is a sort of, this would be a good race if you were doing a course on the effect of dynamics on races, because she's been getting very fast paces, and Collaboration, who was involved in the fast pace last time out and ran so badly, will she do better, likely being able to control on the front end? And here's one for you. Should Golden Rocket be a bigger price than Stella Mars? Close?
Stella Mars has that big race 2 back.
She does. She does.
It's a tough call, though.
Yeah.
Interesting question. Well, here's Spinning Colors. She put together back-to-back wins, including a win over Stella Mars. 5-2 on the board. We got 3 on the board, all at 5-2. Let's go back to that Stella Mars Spinning Colors race back on August the 12th. Spinning Colors would win by 2 lengths in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they both had pretty good trips in here. Spinning Colors got a great ride from Dylan Davis, able to save ground at a time when they had taken the rails down in the inner, and being inside was a bit of an advantage. I don't think it was as extreme as we've seen in other years, but I thought Dylan took full advantage of it. And if you're Mark Hennig, you can't be happy that Saratoga meet ended. Now he's got to ask himself,
wow, is he going good?
Is the magic going to keep going here at the Big A? I hope it does for Mark, who had a sensational meet. It was nice to see.
Magical summer, yeah, for the Mark Hennig barn upstate at Saratoga. Both those wins, though, from Spinning Colors, you would have to think needs considerably better today.
I thought she'd really have to improve as well. I agree with you. I think of the horses taking money, she's the most vulnerable.
Pick 4 coming up here in this fourth. Joining us for the first time today, good to see you, Richard Migliori.
Yeah, Greg, thanks. Good to see you guys. Andy, I'm thrilled to be here at Aqueduct. This is what I consider my home track. Grew up 9 miles from here, and it is an absolutely beautiful day, a little breeze off of Jamaica Bay, and I'm, like I said, thrilled to be here. Let's talk horses, starting with the one Sweetie, trying the turf for the first time. You know, I don't immediately see an individual that, you know, screams turf, but she does have a big, wider, flatter foot, and she's been an honest sort. You know, so I got to think you got to give her a little bit of a look. You get Javier Castellano aboard, and she does look good from a physical perspective. The 4 Collaboration absolutely checks every box, and in a race that I don't see a tremendous amount of speed. I spoke with Linda Rice, who just recently concluded the Saratoga meet in a tie for leading trainer at a very high percentage, 24%. She thinks that they'll be on the lead, and I think they're not going to get in Collaboration's way. She looks fantastic. And in again, a race that looks devoid of speed. Maybe she gets to lead these on a merry chase. And the 6 Orange Freeze. Bill Morey has been such a welcome addition to the New York training scene. He does such a terrific job. And this filly, this mare, no, filly, I had it right the first time, has got a good sweat on. And on days like this, where it is just warm enough, I don't mind seeing some sweat. I don't want to see a horse too dry. And she's making a nice impression, but more of a closing type in a race that looks like it's devoid of speed.
Well, absolutely, Ming. That's what we had talked about. There is not really any pace in this race. Collaboration, the 4, the interesting filly, because she's the one who can be out in front leading the way. So what will Jose Ortiz do in this spot?
You better go to the front, or I don't think that Linda Rice is going to be happy.
Here is Sweetie, first
She's
time on
having
turf.
a tough day, by the way, Linda Rice. Sweetie, listen, Gary's taking a shot. I can't knock him taking a shot. See if she can handle the surface.
Stella Mars, Ruben Silvera on board at 5-1.
As you say, she's been in good form since being claimed. We'll see if she can keep it up.
Here's Golden Rocket with Jose Gomez. Patricia Faro trains.
I think she's the one that's kind of the interesting horse at 7-1 in this race. She seems like a bit of an overlay.
Collaboration, the ability to be in front, Linda Rice.
Yeah, now she's been awful in her last 2 starts, and you can't say, well, the barn was cold, because she may have been one of the only performers that made sense for that barn this meet in Saratoga that ran badly.
Trying to make it 3 in a row, spinning colors, went by for Mark Hennigan. Here is the favorite, Orange Freeze.
We'll see. Maybe she can outrun the dynamics. We'll see. A lot is going to have to do with how well Collaboration runs, right? If Collaboration has no form left and she just falls apart, it's going to make Orange Freeze's closing job that much easier.
5 minutes to post here. 4th coming up. Belmont at the Big A opening day coverage, and a pick 4 that starts here. You play all the action right there at Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. Take advantage of this offer, that $200 deposit match new customer bonus with that code MATCH200 at sign up. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime right there again at NairaBets.com, and including in this race coming up. If you are a member, don't forget, opt in. Late pick 4 later today coming up. That hit and split. If you're correct in your pick 4, sharing a pot of $10,000 as we go back to the 3 here, Golden Rocket. And the reigning apprentice of the year, now journeyman Jose Gomez in the irons, who's had some good success in some big stakes races on turf.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing Jose get more opportunities as we get more towards the winter. Not looking forward to the winter, though. I feel as though you and I get a lot of chance to spend a lot of quality time together in the winter. But I think we'll see if Jose can show if he can belong here with the big guys in the winter, and I think he has every right to be able to do that.
Yeah, had some nice moments, too, at Saratoga for a young rider. And this one, second in that Port Washington. It was a turf course, too, that had a little bit of give in it, and it was the first start in about 6 or 7 months that makes you say, wow, this filly has some ability. And that was against the next out winner, What Love Looks Like.
I agree. And I mean, even Lisa's Vision Classic Colors, those are tougher, older horses. And yeah, she did not run well last time. I think there was a lot more give to that ground, and maybe that didn't work out well for her. I don't know, that was a weird day. The winner ran like she was a wildebeest. Yeah. I don't know where it came from.
Wasn't it last to first in the stretch?
Just like in about that fast, she may went last to first. So I don't know. I'm going to give her a pass for that one. I think she makes some sense in here. She's a big price, that's all.
Now back to the 4, and should be controlling, but you brought up the question on everyone's mind, does she have any form left? Because those last 2 starts make you really wonder, can she run?
And at the end of the day, she's sort of the wise guy idea. She's been in races with faster paces. She should be able to control in this race. But you still have to say to yourself, man, she did not run well up in Saratoga. And she's 5-2. She's not 7-2 or 4-1 where you're getting paid if she's able to refine that form. I like her in here, but I looked at this race. I don't know what price David Aragona had her in the morning line.
7-2.
Yeah, I bet it was a little bit higher. That's all I'm saying. I think he expected as well that the 5 and 6 would take more money, but I think the public sees the same thing that Richie and I see.
2 minutes to post here. This 4th coming up. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and listen, Andy, I hear everything you're saying about Collaboration's last 2 races. Now, she caught good ground in both of those starts, and she catches good ground again today. The difference maybe being, though, this is pristine good ground. There's no cut in it. We haven't raced on this turf course since the springtime, and it's had, obviously plenty of time. There's no divots. There's no cut in it, and I just think that she's going to get very, very comfortable here, and sometimes when a horse gets comfortable and they kind of get brave and blow up, they carry, and I liked what I saw in the paddock. I continue to like what I see on the racetrack, and she will be my top selection, number 4, Collaboration. The 5 Spinning Colors made a good impression in the paddock, made a better impression on the racetrack. And it just feels like this filly kind of was figuring the game out. She came back after dirt races last year, ran okay, going 7 furlongs, and then has just taken a step forward in every start. And she may have another step forward in her. Mark Hennig coming off a terrific Saratoga meeting, looking to pick up where he left off. And I tell you what, it's really fun for me as a former rider to look at this turf course. When you'd start a new meet and you'd get on these turf courses that look like a billiard table, it was just fun to ride them, and so many of the horses just really handle them without that cut in the ground.
Mig, thank you. Getting set for the start coming up. Actually, his favoritism has gone to Spinning Colors at 5, trying to keep that win streak intact. And there she is, Dylan Davis, who was on board for that victory last time out at Saratoga, trying to win 3 in a row. And it would be at her 3rd different racetrack, Belmont, Saratoga, and here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, no, listen, I mean, it's so funny. You think about, we're joking about, Mark and the meet he had, you come to Aqueduct, but I know we all feel that way, right? You want to be in a place where things are going well for you. They're the horses. It's a very similar track to Saratoga, right? We've got 2 turf courses there. It's a 1.125 oval. In theory, this is sort of just almost like Saratoga brought down here, or this place brought to Saratoga from that standpoint. But sometimes the surroundings, things, if you're going badly, you feel like, well, I got new surroundings, they're going to go well. And if they went well, you think, couldn't we have stayed in Saratoga throughout September? It's been raining up there a lot, by the way. I thought it wouldn't rain. I was predicting
rain in Saratoga.
I was predicting there would be no rain in Saratoga for like 6 weeks after the meet ended. I think it rained the last week, and I stayed up there after the meet, and you left. The 3 days after the meet were far and away the hottest days this summer. It was excruciatingly hot.
Yeah, so that final week of the meet too. We finally got the weather that we were hoping for all summer.
And we closed out with a great close to the meet and some terrific performances. And I also, what I really liked about, especially later in the meet, we saw some very good-looking 2-year-olds breaking their maidens in the stake races as well. I know that Hopeful came up a surprisingly odd, slow race, but I thought that the Spinaway was a good race. There's a pretty good California horse, Tamara.
Although
the Beholder, what?
No, go ahead.
No, I meant Tamara, the filly, the daughter of Beholder that won the Del Mar debutante. Prince of Monaco, disappointing, right?
Well, won, but took a big step backwards figures-wise, right?
He barely beat Frank Miramati. He was coming off a tough meet in Saratoga. Big improvement for Miramati.
Yeah, well, a lot was expected of that horse, too, early on.
I'm rooting for Miramati, for our friend.
4th, starting a pick 4 here coming up. Mile 16th on the turf. Collaboration looks like the 4, the only one who can go early and show any kind of pace in this race. Everybody else wants to sit off, make a late run. 3 of them on the board, the 4, 5, and 6 between 2-1 and 5-2. What will happen here? Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Golden Rocket moves in. We're waiting now for Collaboration, Spinning Colors, and Orange Freeze. This 4th race kicks off the middle pick 4. We're on the inner turf here, which is good. Spinning Colors moves into line, and number 6, Orange Freeze, will round out the field. And we're set. And they're off. Number 4, Collaboration, just walked out of the starting gate, almost refused at the start, and is out of the race now. Up front, on the inside, it is Stella Mars, and on the outside, it is Golden Rocket. The 2 of them are right together. Spinning Colors is next in 3rd, followed by Sweetie down at the rail, and Orange Freeze. And the 5 of them go into the clubhouse turn. Stella Mars is the leader. The quarter went in 25-1, with Golden Rocket racing in 2nd. And on the outside is Spinning Colors next in 3rd, followed by Sweetie, and the trailer is Orange Freeze. They've reached the backstretch now. And the leader here is Stella Mars, 3/4 of a length, with Golden Rocket running in 2nd. Spinning Colors in the clear on the outside in 3rd. And behind horses is Sweetie in 4th. And then Orange Freeze in 5th. Stella Mars continues to show the way. Ran the half mile in 51 2/5 seconds. Golden Rocket
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Opening day of this meet, Belmont at the Big A here in South Ozone Park. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You can elevate your experience with a trip next summer to Saratoga. Enter to win VIP hospitality, wagering voucher, spending spree on myracehorse.com, 2-night hotel stay, all of it. Maybe, if you're lucky, we can arrange a meeting. Come on the set, meet Andy Serling. Can't promise that, though. Back in the fourth, Belmont of the Big A.
I don't charge that much.
Moving to the turf for the first time. This was unexpected, to say the least. Sweetie with the upset score. Javier Castellano for Gary Siaka. Let's go to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. And I'm here with Gary Siaka, who, in fact, the horse was named for, Sweetie. Gary, you tried the turf. Her body didn't scream turf to me in the paddock, but she does have that big, wide, flat foot.
Yeah, she really does. I mean, she trains really well, and she does everything right. And you wouldn't suggest a breeding, but she just runs on anything.
She's been just a gem of consistency and honest, and she was all dappled out. The little break over the summer did her well.
It really did. You know, we gave her a little break for Saratoga, came back, and then we said, let's try the grass, see how it is, and we'll give her a shot. The dirt race really wasn't going, so we said, let's try here, and she just kind of ran over them today.
Got a really good trip and good ride.
Behind them, she sat right behind him. Javier rode her great.
Is that the way you drew it up for him?
It was all me. No. We knew she was going to come out here, be forward. She could have went to the lead if she wanted to, the way she was sitting. But leave it up to Javier, and Javier is just perfect. So everything was great.
Great job, Gary. Congratulations.
Thank you, Rich.
And, guys, I really do think they named Sweetie for Gary.
I didn't want to tell you that.
Big teddy bear at heart, right?
I thought it was the Jane Campion movie.
24.80 for the win. And a new home found on the lawn for this 5-year-old mare. 3 for 5 in her career, now 1 for 1 on turf.
Yeah, I mean, she improved immeasurably from dirt to turf. Good trip and great ride or not, she was just a completely different horse. She put herself in the game.
And by the way, hopefully you opted in, played this pick 4, early and late pick 4s with that pool as well. $10,000 hidden split. Not many probably alive after that performance.
Well, if you're alive in anything going along in the pick 5 or anything, good luck. We're rooting for you because that's a tough horse to have.
Pick 6 starts here on opening day at Belmont of the Big A. 1 mile, main track, 25,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price for horses who have not won 2 lifetime. And Happy Bob, short price, cutting back from 1 1/8 where this horse opened up this huge lead under Flavien Prat, got caught late, now shortens up to 1 mile.
Get even money from me. We're in the 3rd floor at Aqueduct if you want to rush up.
All right, we'll talk more about that
3 to
race.
5?
Yeah.
Pretty some unhappy Bobs out there if they're taking 3 to 5 on him.
Coming up. Classic division, they were not even thinking about going to the Whitney. Changed their mind. Dirt Mile was on the table. Now White Barrio, one of the main players in the division.
Yeah, he's resting up until next year's Brooklyn, I think, or something, apparently. He's already in California. Did you know that?
Yeah, I thought was actually going to train up to the Classic.
He's already at Santa Anita.
Yeah.
No, he's already out there. Rick Dutro's got him out there. I saw.
So still will be training up.
Yeah. But I saw a tweet from
early.
Rick that he's there. Yeah, he's there early.
Yeah, did
see
see
the
that.
sights, Universal Studios. Maybe visit your house.
Big race in the Whitney. He's the main player in that older horse division. We'll be back with a pick 6 next.
Level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Mitole running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Mitole's a monster! Mitole wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Mitole, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Mitole's a few Mitole's.
The mighty Mitole, who won the Corgo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Life is good. Really, really, really good.
Life is good. Opens up here.
He's a rocket ship.
Life is good. Clears the field. Still in command.
Galloping without any urgency.
Back in the winner's circle.
No challenge from anyone.
They ran him off their feet. Life is good is looking good. And this colt is incredible.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to those just joining us on opening day coverage from Belmont at the Big A. Those on Bally, SoCal, and San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. Thanks for sticking around. Beautiful weather for opening day of this meet here in South Ozone Park, New York, as we get set for the Pick 6. Coming up on this glorious Thursday afternoon, and a difficult sequence to try and go after it here on the opening day of the meet as we shift from upstate at Saratoga and dig in here at Aqueduct. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, and we love being back at Aqueduct. It means our A-train trips out here, which make it fun. I'll show you plenty of times out on the train. I'm going to kick off here with a claiming race. Non-winners at 2 to start things off, and a short price on Happy Bob, who had this huge lead going 1 1/8 last time at Saratoga and got caught late.
He did, and he ran fine last time, and he obviously could win. Before you take the current 3 to 5, and he's a big favorite looking at multi-race bets, take a good look at Achilles Heels PPs heading into the race, the horse that beat him. I don't see why he's necessarily going to be in front of Gut Feeling in this race, who's dropping down. I prefer Good Rapport to it, and I'm going to be betting against Happy Bob, but so far I've been betting against some horses and not getting the money.
Some big races we have to look forward to at this meet, and some coming up obviously this weekend, that third and final leg of that Turf Triple Series for fillies. We'll have that for you. That's our ABR race of the week, but a lot to look forward to at this meet.
Yeah, no, listen, obviously, for people that are not aware, we are rebuilding Belmont. We are not ready to rebuild it yet. First of all, we'll have to have a Herculean job tearing it down, but we're also redoing the surfaces and the work over there. So in order to get that job done as quickly as possible, and hopefully in just a couple of years or so, we'll be at Aqueduct when we're not in Saratoga the next couple of years. But we like our winter home, which is now our spring, summer, and fall home.
So on the schedule there, what's ahead, presented by Claybird Farm. Pick 6 next, then it's the late Pick 5, beginning race number 6. You can play all the action by getting signed up right there, NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere. Anytime, match 200, that code to use it. Sign up for new members. So here we go. This race kicks off the first Pick 6 of this Belmont at the Big A meet. Again, non-winners of 2 lifetime, 1 turn mile, and a short price on Happy Bob. Flavien Prat back aboard. Second off the claim for Dominic Schettino. We're going to look at that August 16th race when Pratt just opened up on a field. And there he is, the 4-year-old by Run Happy. Was cruising along and got little leg weary late.
This was a race where the favorite was a complete no-show, as I recall this day, and he got a super aggressive ride by Flavien to get it done. And you have to imagine that Flavien's going to try to be aggressive again. But let me ask you a question. Being aggressive, is he really supposed to be in front of Gut Feeling if Jose's riding Gut Feeling the way he's supposed to ride him? And isn't Gut Feeling at the very least going to be on him? And I just wonder if maybe just sort of running off from that field, you got a performance from Happy Bob that I'm not sure we're going to see duplicated, and I'm not even sure it was that good anyway.
I thought Mama's Gold might be in front, this long shot.
Oh, yeah, it's a good point. She's certainly a horse that could be in front as well. She's got a ton of speed.
Totally wrong about this. In his theory, you see him in the pink blinkers. He's going to get run down here late. He does shorten up now to 1 mile. But did Pratt, in some ways, he had the far outside post, and the 1.1 miles at Saratoga, that current turn comes up so quick. Did he shoot to the front because he said, I cannot be forced wide early?
That's a great point, Greg. I mean, it's probably a combination of him thinking, what's my best way to win this race? But also, if I'm not aggressive early, I'm going to end up losing so much position that I might as well expend a little energy to clear. And I think that's one of the reasons that we're all such big fans of Flavien Prat's riding, because he thinks a lot to ride horses a lot of the times, not necessarily the way you would expect them to be ridden, especially aggressively. And it's one thing that's paid off a lot for him. And there's a lot of great riders here, and I don't mean this as a knock on anybody, but I don't think there's anybody that's any more well-rounded than Flavien.
One of the elite in this game, no question. We're going to check in for the first time with our new audience downstairs with champion jockey Richard Migliore for more. Mig.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, and we'll start with the one Happy Bob, who, watching the replay of the last race, I think it absolutely was just what you guys talked about. Flavien Prat was drawn 8 of 8, short run to that first turn at Saratoga, and he made a quick assessment of the situation and said, I'm going to be caught 4, 5, maybe 6 wide here if I don't be aggressive, and I have no chance then. And I think once he turned him on, Happy Bob didn't really switch back off, and 47-3 is a fast pace for a 1.8 miles at Saratoga for that level of horse. So I think it was definitely a lesser of two evils when a jockey says, okay, this is what I have to do in the moment. I tell you what, Happy Bob's always been a horse that I have a shine to. He, everybody has their idea of what a racehorse should look like, and he always checks the boxes for me. The son of Run Happy, Claiborne Farm stallion. I liked what I see. He's drawn inside. If it was a 1.8 miles, you'd like that better. A mile drawn inside with maybe some other speeds outside, maybe not the ideal position, but looks good. The 4-horse Good Rapport making a really nice impression here. Michel Jean Julio has 2 horses in here. This one carrying a little bit more weight than the 8-horse, our other entrant, but looks good. The horse that absolutely wins the paddock checkmark is the 7 Gut Feeling, making second start for trainer Richard Dutro. This horse looks outstanding. His coat is rich, hydrated. Love everything about him. Love his energy. He really is the horse that caught all my attention here. And guys, when we talk about horses and how they look and what we're looking for, the form has to kind of match up. And what you're trying to do is decipher how they look on paper, and if it matches up with what you see physically, and if a horse is going to run their best race. Now, the 2-horse Scotto could not look any better. This horse looks outstanding, and I will say Eduardo Jones horses tend to look good. But on paper, this horse has absolutely no chance whatsoever. So this isn't a horse that I would, pick. And the only reason I chose to talk about it was I just want people to understand you can like the way a horse looks, but it also has to match up or coincide with their current form as well.
All right, Mick, thanks for that info. Scotto, so nice appearance from a horse who would need to take a major move forward to make an impact in here, but we'll see what happens. Here's what we have ahead at this Belmont at the Big A meet. ABR race of the week, as we talked about that Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks, third leg of that turf triple for the 3-year-old fillies, and then some big ones ahead. Turf Classic, the Woodward on September 30th. 2-year-olds featured, including Fierceness. On October 7th, he'll be in the Champaign.
Yeah, I imagine he'll square off against General Partner, who was impressive. Fierceness, a 95 buyer in his debut. General Partner's second start, a 92 buyer, winning impressively closing weekend. I think Todd Pletcher's other horse is going to go to Keeneland. I want to say it's Locked. Am I getting that right? It's that horse for, I know, there's too many horses to remember. The Eclipse horse, they ran a 96 buyer on the Friday going a mile.
Oh, okay.
Very impressive in his second start. There are some really good-looking 2-year-olds out there.
Meanwhile, this one, early on in the meet, Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks, third leg of this turf triple for fillies. My Own 3/8 on the grass. 7 will line up, including the International Invader for Charlie Appleby, even money favorite here. Eternal Hope, who most recently was third, beat a length and a half in a Group 2 at Deauville.
This is a funny horse, right? Last year, the last couple years before 2023, the way the Godolphin shippers were doing, you would say this horse should be 1 to 5 in here, right? Looks like the best horse. Lost a horse last time who had beaten that impressive winner of the Saratoga Oaks. But the way the Appleby shippers have done this year, a little bit caution. And I like Highland Grace to upset that horse.
Another international runner, but just been here for a couple of starts. Spearling Bog, Group 3 winner in Ireland on a soft turf, and then just missed at Laurel Park in Maryland. in a stake, non-graded, but one we're going to see who beat this filly, Big Price, tomorrow in the Winter Memories.
Greg, I'm just happy that we watched that race, this horse in Europe, so we actually know how the European announcers pronounced her name, whether we're getting it right or not. The question really is, she should handle the distance. That should work out well for her. I don't like the quality she was running against last time relative to who he's running against here. And while she didn't get beaten that badly in the Belmont Oaks, which probably was a tougher race, she had a very, very choice trip in there and didn't do much running. I just prefer others, but she obviously is not without a chance.
That is coming up, race 9, 5:21 Eastern time on our Saturday coverage. Again, our ABR race of the week. We look forward to that, one of many big races we have coming up at this Belmont at the Big A meeting. Right now, it's Pick 6 time. We'll focus in here in a sequence where we got an odds-on favorite in here, but it is tough to find a lean. But I want to ask you briefly before we get into this field. Maybe race 9, Space Launch, with that huge drop in class?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't do Talking Horse today, so I didn't do this work I normally do on the entire card. But Space Launch feels like the biggest favorite on this card. Yeah. I mean, whether you want to bet against the horse or not, I mean, on paper, that horse towers over the field dropping down.
Here's Happy Bob. So caught late going a mile and 1/8, only has to go a mile today.
I don't get it at all. I just got a text from the morning line maker here who said the same thing. Why is he such a heavy favorite? I'm not seeing it.
Scotto, the big long shot, went by. Mig liked the way he looked, though. Strong Light, the 3.
Yeah, I think both Scotto and Strong Light, they're horses that will make it. If you have them along with Sweetie and one of them wins, I really hope you hit this Pick 5.
Good report. He sent last time out under Kendrick Marsh out of the Wilson chute.
And that was a very tough off-the-turf race. I like his chances in here.
Yeah, Money Supply, much tougher horse than what he's facing in this group. 7, Gut Feeling. For Rick Dutrow.
I thought this horse was supposed to be favored in here. I don't trust the horse dropping down off that poor performance. I thought the rail was good that day. His horse was inside, but still, it's supposed to run better.
And Inspector, big number outside. Michelle Giangiulio.
Why is this horse 11-1 and Happy Bob 4-5? What am I missing? This horse has races that can win. The knock on Inspector is he's never finished first in a race. The good news for him is it's one of the easier spots he's been in, and 11-1 seems like an overlay.
And we skipped over to 18-1 shot, Mama's Gold, but could be a key player in this race because potentially is the speed of the speed in this group.
Well, not the steal they thought when they claimed him for $25,000 and he ran a 96 buyer. I got a feeling this horse has some issues finishing his races.
You can follow along with all the stats on the trainers, jockeys, horses by downloading free Equibase past performances for all of today's races on our program. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule and download your free past performances. So Pick 6 time starting coming up, and good rapport 4-1. Kendrick Carmouche, Michelle Giangiulio, and that was a tough spot for a race that came off the turf comparative to what he's running against today.
And also a race that kind of fell apart as well. So I'm not knocking the effort off a little bit of a layoff, not really off the claim from Rudy. Listen, I don't love this horse, but take a look at some of the horses this horse ran against, the trips he got. Lost to Tapit Trice and Slip Mahoney in a maiden race. The next time was wide with trouble on a gold rail in January, losing to Slip Mahoney and Croupi. Then came back against Victory Way, who came as improved dramatically and ran a 90-plus buyer in a subsequent effort at Belmont Park and had some trouble in that race. So this horse's races before the last one on dirt, and even the last one, he'd been against horses in a completely different stratosphere than he's running today. This is the one, to me, that's taking the biggest drop of anybody. And I'm convincing myself to bet more.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was sharp out of the gate in that last start. They clearly had intentions to go to the front that day and beat by Money Supply in the end, who his last 2 starts, 88, 89 buyers, which no one in this field can come probably even close to producing. Let's go back downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, not a lot has changed from what I was looking at in the paddock. Happy Bob is just an absolute outstanding individual who is extremely well turned out, and he's a short price favorite. And I think he's a deserving favorite. I really do. I thought his last race was outstanding considering, you know, the pretty fast fractions for a mile and an eighth, and I like the slight turn back for him. I went with the 7 gut feeling, because just looking at him, he gave me that gut feeling. He checked every box in the paddock and continued to check every box on the racetrack. I like his post. He gets to kind of break. He's going to be forward and get to kind of assess what's going on inside of him. So I'm with the 7 gut feeling here.
That is the Rick Dutrow runner. For some of our audience, we went to break talking about White Barrio for this barn, who produced that huge victory in the Whitney this summer at Saratoga, and now it is on to the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, and White Barrio did run for the older horses, I think the most definitive race around 2 turns in the Whitney, and the Whitney has historically been the strongest race not ruined by the Breeders' Cup every year. And I mean, I don't know what he'll do at a 1.25 miles. I don't know if he can bring that form to California. But if the White Barrio that ran the Whitney shows up, the 3-year-olds better take a step forward to beat him, and they might. And Arcangelo's pretty good. We'll see what happens.
Arabian Night, Go Rocket Ride.
Rocket Ride are good, you know. Disarm is out for the rest of the year.
Yes.
The Pennsylvania Derby, I know, is Saudi Crown, who finished second to Forte in the Jim Dandy with everything his own way. I'm not sure who else is pointing that. But there are some nice 3-year-olds out there. But White Barrio, that race in the Whitney, the problem is, he's not a 1-number horse in the sense that he's run faster. He run fast races at different times, but that is far and away the best effort I think he's ever put in. But maybe he's improving for Rick, who's won a Breeders' Cup Classic with St. Liam.
Interesting. Yeah, sort of seems like him, and then all those good 3-year-olds. He's going to have Rick Dutrow, Gut Feeling, the 7, who we just were looking at. Jose Gomez will be aboard. He's 2-1 second choice on the board. Here's the 8. So Inspector's, wow, that price keeps getting bigger.
Well, Inspector's 9. He was 11.
Oh, he was 11-1, excuse me. It's still a huge number. He was 9-2 morning line with one of your key players coming out in the race.
Well, what price was Happy Bob morning line?
3-1.
Yeah, so that skewed things a lot.
But still, playing with matches comes out. It was 3-1.
Yeah,
morning line.
no, I think he's too big a price. I don't disagree. I used the 4 with the 7 and 8. I think that I'm going to disagree with Richie. I don't believe that Happy Bob is supposed to be favored in here. I don't think he's the horse to beat, and I think now odds of 4 to 5 are absolutely ridiculous. If I had the dunce cap and it wasn't in my office at Belmont, I'd put it on if he wins. Got that graphic, guys? Because to me, he's a dunce cap horse. At
all of us actually have pictures of it in our office. So we can grab one anywhere.
Don't have the real thing, Greg.
Getting set for the start of the pick 6. Wow, I mean, we briefly talked about how difficult the sequence is today. The next race, Restricted Maiden Special.
Firsters.
Almost impossible.
I would use 5, 6, 8. If I could use 3, but that's a guess, and I really can't give you a lot of help. I mean, I guess the Clement entry will probably be favored in the 7th. What about Play the Music, who's involved in the fast pace last time off a layoff? Could be a little interesting second off a layoff.
Yeah, I thought Queen Ollie interesting.
Okay. Yeah, down the rail for Grand Motion.
8th race, wow.
Yeah, I got seasick looking at this race, so I moved on.
Makes it a good one to go after, though.
There's very, very few days in the course of the year where I'm on this show and I didn't do Talking Horses. This might be the only one in 2023.
You deserve the break.
Thank you. I got my tickets. So
Rare one
good. Yeah.
for Andy Serling. Yeah, film festival tickets.
I did. Yeah.
You're going to have to give us some reviews of
I
what
will.
you see. Pick 6 starts here coming up. Opening day, Belmont at the Big 8, 4 to 5 favorite. Happy Bomb from the inside. Flavian Pratt back aboard. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
Good Rapport has just moved into line. And we're waiting now for the outside 3. Mama's Gold, Gut Feeling, and Inspector. Field of 7 going a flat mile here at Aqueduct, the Belmont at the Big A meet. And now we're just waiting on Inspector to round out this group. And we're set for the start. And they're off. Gut Feeling and Mama's Gold. Mama's Gold to the front. Then Gut Feeling, who is joined on the inside by Happy Bob. And the favorite Happy Bob now moves up to challenge Mama's Gold. Gut Feeling sits behind in 3rd, followed by Good Rapport down towards the rail. Inspector is next in 5th. Scotto is in 6th. And the trailer is Strong Light in 7th. They move up the backstretch, and Happy Bob has taken the lead. Happy Bob by a half length. Mama's Gold on the outside runs in 2nd. That is the duo of Gut Feeling and Good Rapport. They're right together 3rd and 4th. And Inspector is next in 5th, half dozen lengths. Back to the 2 trailers, Scotto and Strong Light. Happy Bob is challenged here. It's Gut Feeling on the outside and Mama's Gold in between. So it's 3 of them across with Good Rapport just in behind in 4th. Half mile 47 and 3. Here's Mama's Gold now to take the lead from Happy Bob. Gut Feeling is on the move on the outside. Then comes Good Rapport. It is Mama's Gold who has the lead. Gut Feeling takes second. Happy Bob has dropped back. About to be passed there by Good Rapport. They come off the turn and enter the stretch. And it is Mama's Gold who has the lead. The lead's 2 lengths. Gut Feeling running in second, followed by Good Rapport in third. Happy Bob is now back in fourth. The furlong to the finish. Mama's Gold and Gut Feeling. Good Rapport out in the middle of the track with a 16th to the finish. It's Gut Feeling who now has the lead. Gut Feeling in front as they come on for the finish. Gut Feeling looked like she held on there. He held on there by a head. Mama's Gold was right there, and Good Rapport in third.
Gut Feeling, Rick Dutrow, Barn, JKX Racing, and Jose Gomez in a close one.
I tell you what, this pick 5 was going to blow up in a big way if Mama's Gold had hung on. And that horse, who has not run well since running this level, really ran well today. But Gut Feeling got the good stalking trip and was able to get the job done very narrowly. I like the 4. I can't ask for a better trip with Good Rapport. And you can say, yeah, it took a little while to get out in the stretch, but he got out with plenty of time, and he had absolutely no finish. Mama's Gold was the surprise. I think the least surprising thing to us up here is that Happy Bob he wasn't good enough in here. He was a bad 4th best in here, and I'll tell you what, I will never understand how he was even money. I mean, we all bet horse for different reasons, and I like the 4, who ran 3rd. He didn't run particularly well. But I don't know why anybody thought that Happy Bob was supposed to be even money in that race. But
a little perplexing.
Yeah, strange.
2-1. On Gut Feelings, taking another look at it as they cross the wire here. Jose Gomez, Dutrow, very tight with Mama's Gold, who at 22-1, it looked for a moment was going to knock a lot of people out of everything, including this pick 6 right off the bat.
Where that race came from, because this was not a slow pace. And I know people look back and say, well, he ran that 96 Buyer in the race. They claimed him. Well, that was a huge, big inside speed track, which exaggerated it. And okay, all good and fine. Since he's been with the New Connections, and he also was at Brad Cox and Churchill, this is a horse that just stops every time he runs. He didn't stop today, though.
Yeah.
He almost got it done, and he would have blown up this pick 5. And the start of the pick 6 as well.
Unofficially, it is posted Gut Feeling narrowly with that young man aboard, reigning apprentice of the year, now journeyman, Jose Gomez, riding for Rick Dutrow, a 4-year-old son of Blame. Picks up the 2nd win in 12 career starts, does so at 2-1. Well, the prices when we come back.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here. They come for the finish.
Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California as well. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NYRABets.com. Jose Gomez on gut feeling for the Dutrow Barn for JKX Racing to kick off our opening day pick 6. Return $6.80 for the win. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, here with the champion from last year, apprentice champion from last year, Jose Gomez. Jose, you got such a beautiful stalking trip from the outside. That post position going a mile, really helpful here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, for sure, especially when you know you have 2 speed horses inside of you, just sets up perfect.
Now, it looked like you turned for home. You wanted to lug in a little bit. You got after him with left-handed crop, but pretty strong handling.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't bad, I felt him, want to lean in a little bit. So, like you said, I just pulled out left hand, and after that, he felt that he was pretty straight after that.
One thing I've really noticed is how much stronger you've gotten over the last year. Even since you lost your apprentice allowance, you can physically continue to improve and impress me. And the last 70 yards, really good, strong hand ride. Talk about that kind of evolution for you.
Well, yeah, I started off with riding in Monmouth when they had no whips. So, you kind of learned there a little bit. And here, you only get so many. It's very important, you have a good, strong ride.
And what's your plans now? And now I know you rode Monmouth and Saratoga over the summer, but now Monmouth's done. Are you going to dig in here and be with us for a while?
Yeah, of course. I plan to just staying here all winter long.
Great. Well, guys, the smile tells it all. When you win, you're happy, but this guy's always got a great attitude.
Clips Award winner as top apprentice in the country, and now adjusting to life as a journeyman without that weight allowance and having some good success on the toughest circuit there is in the business.
Wish him luck here this winter. He is, as Richie's correctly pointing out, I think, a hard guy not to like.
We move on to the late pick 5 on this opening day card, Belmont at the Big Ace. 6 furlong sprint. Restricted maiden special weight, 2-year-olds who sold or RNA'd for $50,000 or less. The most recent sale. What do you do in this race coming up?
I just want to know if Mike Alicious is actually named for trainer Mike Maker.
It's got to be, right?
I don't know. I'm struggling with this one a little bit.
We know the person to ask. Paula Duca. They became best friends.
Mike and I are tight.
Last fall.
I'm going to text Mike.
Okay, we'll find out. Get to the bottom of it.
It's got to be a different delicious Mike than Mike Maker.
We have
it's not what I'm thinking of when I think Mike Maker. I'm sorry. I like Mike.
Not necessarily known as that by us, but hey, behind the scenes, maybe. Family affair coming up in this next race as well. For the Davis family, riding, it is in their blood. Dad Robbie won over 3,300 races in his career. Despite doing his best to talk his daughters out of following in his footsteps, once he heard what they could do in the saddle, he had no choice but to be supportive. Now his toughest concerns, who to root for, his son Dylan or his daughters, Katie or Jackie.
So happy. Take care of this old man. You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married and we had 2 little girls. And I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jackie that rides here at Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie that is working for Billy Mont right now. Then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, wow, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice because knowing that Dad rode and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about being in racing.
Jackie, you're 99 to 1. You'll never make it. You're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, it's just a whim she's on. She'll fall off once or twice. So he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He's like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
There was bragging rights, you know, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know? I'm just like, get across there and say, winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I look over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we wanted to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me and everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know, I'm grateful.
Tremendous story, and it's so unique. 3 siblings, and let's throw into the mix as well Katie's husband, Trevor McCarthy, who competes on the circuit as well. And Katie, Dylan, and Trevor are going to be in this race coming up. To see them all and how badly they want to win and beat each other, but how supportive they are of each other as well.
He's racing's greatest stallion. I mean,
Yeah.
produced better than Robbie has. I agree, and it's nice to see them ride. They're all such easy people to like as well. And Katie had a great summer in Saratoga, the opportunity she's had. Dylan's turned into one of the top riders really in the country, and Jackie as well. And Jackie's sort of always been smart about her career. When she rode here to begin with, but she'd go to Finger Lakes, you know, in Belmont or to Suffolk Downs. We went to Belmont as opposed to getting limited opportunities here. She got more opportunities, and she kind of honed her craft and has done well as well. And it's nice to see them riding. And as we said, possible not to like them.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We're going to see again Katie's husband, Trevor McCarthy, on Don Vicio Vici, the 1. Dylan Davis will be on the 3 here, Mucho de la Mancha. And then Katie Davis on Mighty Glory, the 1X, coming up. All in a race that kicks off the late pick 5 ahead, where the 2 and 2B, the 9 to 5 current favorites. A lot more on this field before you get in those wagers for the late pick 5 ahead on opening day at Belmont at the Big A on our FS2 coverage.
A beautiful individual, extremely athletic, displayed a tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. You know, very special family to me.
Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
Perfect sire for the 2-year-old sales. I plan on breeding to him next year. I think he's a great play right now.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage of opening day Belmont at the Big A. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well.
He's had a little bit of a resurgence here. He's proven that he can get a horse going long or short, turf, dirt, whatever. He can do it all really. So we're happy with the way things are going with Run Happy, and he just needs a big horse, like they all do. But I think he has a loyal following. People know that he can get you a good horse, and they'll look for him to continue on an upward trajectory, hopefully.
BU is coming with his run. Timberlake looking for room, trying to split. He has nowhere to go. Pirate is running a big race. Timberlake bulls his way through, and he's coming. And on the far outside, Nutella Fella. They're coming to the 16th pole. Nutella Fella trying to pull off a shocking upset, and he's run by them all. The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella.
Claiborne Stallion Run Happy, first Grade 1 winner for him, and it comes in the hopeful 54-1. Gary Contessa horse, who he said, look, this horse training in the morning as good as any graded stakes winner I've ever had, but he's just a bit of a maniac out of the gate. He gets claustrophobic, doesn't like it. He really credited Hector Soler, the starter, for the work they did helping him break from the gate. He didn't break from the gate all that good again, but he still wound up being a win for him.
It's a good race not to break well, and considering how contentious the pace was, and nobody can sell it better than Gary can. I'll be interested to see what he does going forward.
Look at Belmont at the Big A Breeders' Cup Challenge Series events. Hoping to see this son of Run Happy in the Grade 1 Champagne, where he'll line up against some pretty talented 2-year-olds, including Fierceness for Todd Pletcher, the Frazette for 2-year-old fillies, as we work our way to championship weekend. Well, this race coming up started the late pick 5, 6-furlong sprint for 2-year-olds, and that is a look at son of Claiborne Stallion Blame, Mike Alicious, who will make his debut. Manny Franco for the Mike Maker barn. Back with us for more on this field, Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, some 2-year-olds here, including some first-time starters, and that entry for Nice Guy Stable taking a lot of the play. And we'll begin with Mike Alicious, the plain 2 in here for Mike Maker. And looking at this son of Blame, the dam was, she was a cheaper type of runner, but she did win 6 times from varying distances from 5.5 out to 1.70 miles. The dam also have 2 multiple graded stakes winner, Grade 1 winner, in fact, dirt sprinter Marley's Freedom. So there's some pedigree with this guy, who does come in here after selling for $42,000 at the Tipton Timonium sale, and a pedestrian 10-4. He's very laid back here. He is wearing a very short cut cheater blinker. He just is your typical kind of Mike Maker first-time starter, in that it just looks like they need a race because they're just not entirely cranked up and fit. There's probably some ability there, but it just feels like there's a race needed to bring it out. As we'll check in with the Rick Dutrow trainee in here. That's the 2B Where's Chris? And he sold at the OBS April sale after working 10-1. He was asked just a little bit, and it didn't look like he was going that quick, but he did look a little bit more turf-meant in my estimation, and that's kind of backed up with his pedigree as well. As son of Twirling Candy, the dam was a stakes winner on the turf, multiple graded stakes placed, a half sibling, did win on all 3 surfaces, but the majority of the pedigree is turf. And looking at him, he looks like a turf horse. He overstrides beautifully in here. He, as far as his physical frame, he's strong, well-muscled, fit, but everything about this horse physically onto the intangibles says turf to me. I could be completely wrong, but we'll see how he handles the dirt here first time out. And then a horse that I kind of find interesting, my eye just kind of kept going back to, is a son of Mastery in here, and that's Aaliyah for Jimmy Ryerson. Sports some decent works coming in here as well. Now, while it is a little bit more of a turf family too, being a half to Traipsing, who was graded stakes place on the turf for Christophe Clement, he's okay on this surface. He doesn't look like a turf horse like the aforementioned Where's Chris. and he's got a lot of size to him. He has some length to his kind of neck and frame, which usually says to me that they'll have a bigger type of stride. Really professional here. Now, Jimmy's horses do tend to need to start for fitness, and maybe that's the case with him. But, Greg, I think he'll make a good account of himself here at First Asking.
See what happens here. Thank you, Maggie. Aaliyah, Mastery, 2-year-old. Dan was unraced, produced decent turf horse, a horse named Script, who won on dirt, was stakes placed at Parks on the dirt as well. And then another horse who, it was a lower level, but was a 6-time winner on the dirt, including the debut.
Yeah, I think Strip's been better on turf for Graham Motion, if I have the right horse, actually. The Claiborne. Yeah, Stone Farm. No, Stone Farm. No, the Leah is supposedly working well, and I'm kind of bullish his chances. I know you are.
Here is Charlie's Express. This horse has shown speed. This will be start number 4 coming up. All 3 prior starts came in Monmouth.
Yeah, I didn't like this horse at all, to be honest. I thought he met weak fields at Monmouth, and, you know, it says in the steady late where you're going to see it. The horse who took the worst of it is the horse who's actually outside of him right now.
Sell job here?
Yeah, I mean, the race was over. He was beaten when this happened. It's the horse that ended up finishing 4th that was steadied very badly, and that's the real reason that the horse who won was disqualified. When he's steadied, he's already been passed by the other 2 horses, and I don't think it really, you know, okay, he's being stayed there, but it was over. It didn't really affect him at all in the race, so I just thought he's had his chances.
So here's our family connection. Katie Davis's husband, Trevor McCarthy, on Don Vici.
Yeah, 1 of 3 parts of an entry. You'll never get any value, and this horse took no money first time out, didn't do much running.
The 1A, Rudy breaks mid-pack, second time out for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, this is another one that did no running in an off-the-turf race, got bet that day, but did no running.
And then Katie Davis, on the 3rd part of that entry, will break 3rd from the outside, Mighty Glory.
Feels like there's more turf pedigree in the dam side. It's Matoli, and we've yet to see the Matolis do a lot.
Here's the 2 Michaelicious, post 3 for this first-time starter by Blame.
So you got a Mike and a Chris in an entry. That sounds like an underlay to me. The foals from this dam did little running.
Where's Chris? Debuts Rat Ortiz Jr. aboard.
Yeah, the dam was a good turf horse, I think, for Chad Brown, actually. It feels like more turf pedigree to me.
Dylan Davis on Mucho de la Mancha, right next door to his brother-in-law.
Speaking of Gary Contessa, he shows up again. Not much in the family for this one.
Charlie's Express showed you that race in Monmouth. He should be forward.
He should be forward. He's a big price if you like him.
Picata Prince debuted actually on a race taken off turf. Muddy Seal Track ran second.
Thought he ran well, actually, in that race, and I think he's the horse to beat.
That one for Linda Rice, coming off a incredible 5th training title, tied with Chad Brown at Saratoga. Stunham, second time out, Kenny McPeak.
This could be an interesting price if you want a horse. This horse was very green first time out. Does come back in just 19 days, but could easily improve off that effort.
Biggest price of the board went by, short time. Rider changed Luis Rivera, and then Aaliyah, the first-timer, outside for Jimmy Ryerson.
This horse is working well, getting bet down to 7-2. This might be the right one, Greg.
Could be. And some good kudos, too, from that recent workout, September 9th. Going 4 furlongs, 4th best of 99 that morning. You can play all the action, including this late pick 5 that begins here right there at NYRABets.com. Get signed up, started, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Match 200, that code to use for new members at sign up to get started and get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. So here's part of the favored entry right now. This half for Rick Dutrow, the other half that's straight 2 for Mike Maker.
Listen, I have an allergic reaction to entries. I just think it's disgraceful that there are still entries. I think that bettors should be able to bet on the horse that they want to bet on. Yeah, sometimes you get lucky with the other half wins, but I can't bet. If I like one horse, I can't bet the entry. And it feels like they're both dragging the price down here. Which one would you want in this entry, Greg? If you were going to take one, which would you want? I don't even know. I mean, is that a crazy question?
Yeah,
but I
don't know if you can know.
Yeah, right? I mean, one's got a turf pedigree.
I know who would be favored because the man who's aboard.
Right. So now you've got Irat Ortiz as well, and it probably is the one getting bet, but the horse worked a very unimpressive 10 1/5 at the OBS sales. Sold for only $20,000, and actually on the dam side, there's plenty of pedigree in a Twirling Candy, only $20,000. I mean, this is not the kind of horse I'd run and bet. I respect the trainer, I respect the rider, but I wouldn't touch this horse.
Despite that, 2 for 1, and the current 2-1 favorite as we get set for this late pick 5. Coming up at 223,000 and growing in this pool on our first pick, late pick 5. of this Belmont at the Big A meet. Maggie, Andy.
You.
Yeah, I like Aaliyah as well. First-time starter from that outside post with Kendra Carmouche.
Poor horse is dragging around a lot of weight.
And, you know, things can happen from the outside post first time out.
Yeah, I understand the breaking outside, but I still would rather have it than the rail. I don't really care that much one way or the other. But overall, I mean, I just rather have outside posts. Gives you a chance to survey the field. And the way he's working and the way he's getting bet, he probably has some speed. So expect to see him a bit forward in this race. And I agree with Maggie. A lot of times, Jimmy Ryerson's horses do seem to improve in their second start. But I think what Maggie would also agree with, or I don't know that she would, but I mean, she likes the horse too, he doesn't usually run first-timers that are bet like this, that are working this well. They're getting good workout reports. So I think a lot of Jimmy's horses are almost, they need a race by design. This feels like a horse that's ready first time out.
Let's go back to Maggie.
And plus, there's just so many things, as you guys mentioned, not to necessarily like about the entry in here, and as well as the one threesome as two. A lot of them just don't feel that fit. They feel like they're on the wrong surface. So it does feel like Aaliyah is the one who's most well meant, as they'll take a look at two long shots in here. And as you guys were mentioning, Gary Contessa pulled off some shocking upsets with his 2-year-olds up at Saratoga. And Mucho de la Mancha, number 3, here is one that looks incredibly well prepared. Of all the first-time starters, at least looks very ready and well meant to these conditions, as he's bred to. I know Mucho Macho Man, not a great influence as a 2-year-old sire and doesn't throw that many precocious types, but the Dam, she won several dirt sprints, the half one first time out as a 2-year-old, and developed into a decent dirt sprinter. And this guy comes over here sharp too. So I wouldn't completely dismiss this horse as one of the longest shots on the board, as we'll also check in with number 6, Stunham. I just thought this guy, as Andy pointed out, was clueless and green in his debut, and also he was not fit. My notes say chunky. So he was very heavy for the debut. Now he's a bit more tucked up here. I did notice that he must have done something in his stall, because his left eye is quite swollen, and you can see it. I don't know if it'll probably won't affect the way he runs today, but the fact that he's coming back off of a quick turnaround too, look, he's a big price. He's 15-1, and he's definitely moved forward from that debut. I just don't know if it's going to be enough to take down this field today, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Set to go here momentarily for this late pick 5 as we get a look at Picada Prince. Linda Rice did very little wrong at that Saratoga meet. Can she keep it going again?
Yeah, well, we said, you know, she had to keep going in Saratoga, but as we pointed out, she had all those fresh horses from Churchill. I'm sure those rule changes at Churchill have nothing to do with Linda Rice and her success in Saratoga. There was nothing wrong with his first start. Honest Al had experience for Graham Motion, got it done. Seemed like a race that kind of held together, and the track was probably fair, but if anything, it leaned towards speed. Closed, then got on the turf, ran okay on the turf. This is the right spot for this horse. It's the horse to beat.
How about this? Aaliyah for favorite. Ryerson is now the favorite, the 8.
I'd like to ask Jimmy Ryerson the last time he ran a first-time star as favorite. I got an idea. I think it was Unbridled Song in 1995 in Saratoga.
Really?
I was there. Probably not, but
so
he was definitely favored, and Jimmy definitely traded him.
Is that this horse maybe working that sharp in the morning, or is it
2
just
to
there's
1.
not that much in this field of the horses who've run?
I think it's a combination of all those things. But right now, this guy is, wow. This one is a surprise.
Kendra Carmouche, first-time starter for the Jimmy Ryerson barn, 2-1 favorite as we get set for this late pick 5. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting now for Rudy. Then a short time, and Aaliyah will be the last of 11 to go in. Number 8, Aaliyah. Stepping up, he's in. We're set for race number 6. And they're off. Slow beginning for number 3, Mucho de la Mancha. Quick start for Charlie's Express. Aaliyah on the outside runs in second. Where's Chris is next in third, followed by Rudy down on the inside and in fourth. Then comes a Short Time in fifth. Stunham is next in sixth, followed by Michaelicious, who's in seventh. Mighty Glory's on the outside in eighth. Don Vino Vici next in ninth, followed by Picata Prince, and then Mucho de la Mancha. The quarter went in 23 seconds. Charlie's Express is the leader, but quickly being challenged on the outside by Aaliyah, and Where's Chris? Where's Chris? Pokes ahead in front. Charlie's Express counters down at the rail. Aaliyah is in between those two. The half in 47-2, and now they're in the stretch. Charlie's Express. Where's Chris on the outside? Where's Chris now takes over. Charlie's Express is back running in second. Short Time putting in a late bid along with Stunham. But it is Where's Chris who has stepped away here. Where's Chris? A much the best winner in his debut. Looked like Stunham got second over Short Time.
I guess the answer is winner's circle now. Where's Chris? First time out for the Dutro Barn, Arad Ortiz Jr., his second win on the day.
He drifted to 3-1 as Aaliyah, who didn't do any running at all after flashing a little bit of speed and backed up badly in the stretch. And this horse just ran by him at all as Irad gets his second win in 5 flat races today. Much the best for Rick Dutro, who's won 2 races in a row.
How about that?
And the 6 got second, the long shot we talked about. Stuntman, a lot more professional today. Sat in the rail, nice ride by Junior Alvarado, but nobody was close to the winner. And a no-show on the 5, by the way, right?
Yeah.
Picata Prince stopped for some veal piccata. I don't think this horse did any running.
Some separation between your winner and the rest of the pack here. Where's Chris? Much the best. 1:12-2. Final time.
Much the best.
Yeah, first time out winner. Start off this late. The 5 did not go off the favorite in here. The 8, Aaliyah, the 9-5 favorite.
I believe. Aaliyah.
Really?
It's because you liked him and I liked him and Maggie.
Too much weight.
Yeah, that's the excuse.
So 3-1 to start off our late pick 5. Where's Chris on a Twirling Candy for the Dutro Barn? Nice Guy Stables, and a multiple win afternoon for the man coming off the Saratoga riding title, Arad Ortiz Jr., picking right up where he left off. Upstate, 2B, 6-7-4. How about 16-35 and 10-1 underneath your 3-1 winner? We'll be back.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part where you can play all the action at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Stay with us all meet long. Just getting underway here, opening day. And the late pick 5, first of the meet, Belmont at the Big A, begins with Where's Chris, first-time starter for the Rick Dutrow barn with Aran Ortiz Jr. 2 wins for the Saratoga leading rider.
Do we need Belmont at the Big A House Silks? Because he's got the Belmont House Silks.
Yes, we do. That's a good call.
I think somebody won at Saratoga or ran with this Aqueduct
in
House
a stakes
Silks
race, I believe, and then do a quick change.
Oh, that was the war. Oh, yeah, Jose Lezcano.
Yeah.
That's right. That was great. I have that impressive winner of the Prioress, right? Yeah, it was a Prioress winner.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the out-of-town connections.
Where's Chris putting separation between himself and the rest of this field?
This was
in the debut.
He won like the 8 was supposed to, given the money the 8 took, right? This was an easy win there. Rick Dutrow's got 2 wins in a row.
You know, back-to-back, one with Gut Feeling, back in race number 5 to start the pick 6. Wins now with Where's Chris to start the late pick 5. Stun 'em, short time, big prices underneath early pick 5. $3,751. And potentially, this late pick 5 can do better than that.
And now, I mean, we had Sweetie in there, who was probably closer to 25 to 1 in that 6-horse field.
See what happens. Race 7 here coming up. 6 furlongs, outer turf, entry level allowance, and even money on the entry, your favorite here. Don't look back at all. And then interesting to see Lady Mia State's debut coming up, who just missed by a nose in the Group 3 over in Chantilly the last time she was seen.
Maybe we get some inside information on that one. There's somebody coming on who has a connection to the barn. We're just the appetizer for the real talent that's showing up.
Yes, we are. That would be Acacia Clement, Mig. They're in standby mode. What'd you think of this entry here in the 7th?
To be honest, I didn't look as hard as I would have if I was doing the show. Personally, I think they are the ones to beat in here, though I do think the Marcassi's horse towards the outside is an interesting alternative. Play the music.
That is the 8. Dylan Davis will be aboard there. That one we know is going to be quick and try and do it on the front end.
Yeah, I would like to see that horse be aggressive. First turf race on the outer. I think so.
Late pick 4 coming up. Again, if you're a NYRA Bets member, opt in. Hit and split pool as well. If you hit this late pick 4, some additional money on the table. Hope you enjoyed our opening day coverage on FS2. It continues on Bally Sports SoCal in San Diego. Be back on FS2 beginning 5:30 to 6, so we will see you then. It was Lonesome Glory, Grade 1 to kick off the meet. And a first ever Grade 1 win for Parker Hendricks on Mary Maker. Big upset at 15 to 1. And then Sweetie trying the lawn for the first time and it paying off in a big way in the 4th.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Is it the caramel, the cinnamon, or the pumpkin spice that'll make you live, laugh, launch yourself into a pile of cardigans? Maybe you find out. The Pumpkin Spice Signature Latte.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Let's take a closer look at the variable of distance. Some horses, they'll be going the distance. Others, you guessed it, they're going for speed. Speed horses, or sprinters, are typically the children of speedy parents. Same thing goes for route runners or longer distance runners. Their parents usually ran better going farther. This is a 1-mile race, so ideally we'd like to find the horse who might run best at this 1-mile distance. Luckily, there's a box in each horse's section that tells you how they've done at the distance. This horse, for example, has run a mile 9 times. He finished first once, he finished second twice, and finished third once. Next, you'll compare those numbers to other horses in the race to get a better feel for who might run best at today's distance.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Opening day, Belmont at the Big A Fall Meet. Acacia Mutt and Richard Migliori taking over here on the desk. You were out reporting already, Richie. My first time on the show this afternoon as we get ready to kick off the Fall Meet, traditionally held over at Belmont Park, but for this year, as was the case last year, we'll be right here at the Big A.
Yeah, renovations will be going on at Belmont Park. And listen, I love Aqueduct. I'm not going to be apologetic about being here. I grew up 9 miles from here.
You won a lot of races here.
Won a lot of races here. Got a lot of good memories here. And this is the first racetrack I ever came to as a fan. I could see 9-year-old me on the train, so excited to get to Aqueduct, and still excited about being here.
As are all of us, too. And we've already had some big excitement today as we kicked off the opening day program with a Grade 1, the Lonesome Glory Handicap, going 2.5 miles over the jumps. And it was Mary Maker to get the win, giving rider Parker Hendricks his first Grade 1 victory.
First Grade 1 victory for Parker. Mary Maker Arch Kingsley, good friend of mine, started 4, got it done. And Wade is a great equalizer, your favorite snap decision with 162 pounds, giving 20 pounds from UH the entire field. Mary Maker with a good late run under aggressive handling. This is a horse that made a few mistakes in the Jonathan Shepard, particularly over the forced fence. Kind of just got in a little tight and didn't jump cleanly, and I thought it cost him that day. Well, he got around there cleanly today and came with that last run, and it was a Arch Kingsley exacta.
L'Imperator, a much improved effort after bobbling last time out in the Jonathan Shepard. L'Imperator holding on for second, but there in the blue and light green striped cap is Snap Decision, who is blue and yellow cap, I should say, who was forwardly placed. He's such a cool horse. We know his talent, but you touched on the weight. 162 pounds he was carrying, while the winner was carrying 142. Crazy disparity there.
Yeah, you know, listen, I think when it comes to horses, 4 or 5 pound spread isn't really a lot, but when you start talking 20 pounds, that's a legitimate spread in weights, and that's how flat races, handicaps in flat racing used to be, where your top horses had to really have a heavy impost, giving weight away to their rivals. You don't see that as much now, and to me, it's more about the spread than the amount of weight a horse carries. Snap Decision looked very comfortable on the lead, just didn't get it done today, but a nice run from Mary Maker, and you know, nice to see a young rider get their first Grade 1 victory.
Special moment that Parker Hendricks won't soon forget, a rider that's had a tremendous amount of success and now adding that Grade 1 to his already impressive tally. Coming up, we'll have our first flat stakes race of the day tomorrow, and it's an honor of a truly great turf race mare, Winter Memories. We're taking a look at her victory in the 2012 Diana. Richie, trained by Jimmy Toner, and she just loved the turf courses, particularly here in New York.
No, she really did. And Jimmy Toner is just a trainer that was, you know, his name was synonymous with New York racing for so many years. He's based out of Fair Hill now, but tremendous horseman and so proficient with these fillies and mares on the turf, especially, but a man that could train all kinds of horses. And you see her here, she a little bit kind of mean about it, want to ring her tail, pin her ears, jump her leads. This is Javier Castellano aboard here. And Javier, when he was really first starting to make his mark in New York and show that he could win at the Grade 1 level.
And she was making him keep after her for it. She was not going to just do it kindly and do it easily. But that was her win in the 2012 Diana, as we'll have the Winter Memories as the feature tomorrow on Thursday's card as race 8, a mile on the turf with the 3-year-old fillies. And it came up a really salty race, as we'll take a look at Liguria and tax implications, both of whom Ford trainer Chad Brown have faced one another recently. Taking a look at them finishing 1-2 in the Wild Applause, they would go on to try the Lake George in Saratoga. Liguria being the favorite that day to no avail, but she is the stakes winner, just 2 back.
Yeah, and listen, Liguria, when she's good, she's got to finish. And when she gets pace, it really intensifies her finish. And in a big field like this, I mean, we got a 14-horse field here for the Winter Memories. Usually get pace because everybody's very position conscious. They want to get in that first turn in good shape, and you wind up getting a quicker pace. And I think that really helps Liguria, who gets a great post too. She doesn't have to fight to find the inside, find that position. Post 1 keeps Irad Ortiz Jr., who was back aboard after that Wild Applause win, 2 back. And if she works out a trip, obviously you got to worry about traffic, but I think it really helps her having a big field to get pace.
Take a look at Sweet Lou's Got Aces, who was a last out winner in June, the day after Belmont Stakes. That was with Ray Handel. She was since purchased at the Fasig-Tipton Horses of Racing Age sale for $380,000, and she'll make her first start for Grand Motion tomorrow.
Yeah, went down to Fair Hill. It'll be interesting to see how she, liked her time at Fair Hill. Certainly horse heaven as far as I'm concerned. And just a really nice filly. Dylan Davis has fit her well. I guess this is going back.
This is the Tepin last year.
The Tepin last year, excuse me. I'm looking at Dylan Davis rode her last time at Belmont. This was with Joel Rosario. So she likes the Aqueduct Turf Course with a win in 2 seconds to show for 4 tries.
She's pretty versatile too. That was going wire to wire. She came from off the pace in that allowance win last time out. And obviously a very intriguing layer to this race is Sacred Wish for George Weaver, who'll try the turf for the first time, even though she was beaten just a neck in the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks.
Well, we know she's good. We know she has class, and she's competed at the highest level and competed very well at the highest level. And one thing about it, that George Weaver has had the opportunity to have her on the turf course up in Saratoga. That's one of the luxuries of having a division of horses or being based out of Saratoga, particularly in the offseason, the ability to get on the turf more often than you would, let's say, being down here at Belmont Park.
Looking forward to that Winter Memories on tomorrow's card. Back to today, though, we have race 7 coming up next. It's going to be 6 furlongs on the turf. First level allowance for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. The entry currently 4 to 5, both for trainer Christophe Lamont, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale downstairs for a paddock report. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Acacia, good to have you here on the show as we'll take a look at the lettered part of that entry. Coming back off of a layoff and making her stateside debut is the 1A in here, Lady Mia for Christophe Clement, and she looks very fit. There's no concern with me, at least when it comes to the layoff. Look, she's a typical kind of European, though. She's a little bit smaller, a little bit one-sided. Not a horse that I particularly am going to be attracted to when assessing them pre-race. Now, she might be one, too, that runs a little bit longer than this. Not a lot, but just a little bit than this 6 furlongs. I'm sure Christophe was wishing that we were back at Belmont and she could run the 7. She has been accompanied by the pony here. She was brought in with the training saddle. I can see where she might run a little bit hot, but she's kept the lid on it so far. She's kind of doing the foot stamping thing. And I've noticed that horses that come in from France, they tend to be the toughest ones to handle for whatever reason when they come to America for the first time. It feels like the British horses, they're a little bit more, they can acclimate themselves just a little bit quicker and a little bit easier to the way we train and kind of the things that go on in the prelims. But she's fine, and it sounds like she's highly regarded in the barn, which they do have a good backup plan with the one. Don't Look Back at All. I think it's just the ultimate overachiever who I'm a big fan of. But let's take a look at Graham Motion's Queen Ollie, number 2, who will break from the rail. Now, she comes out of a race at Laurel in which she was just a little out-sprinted early on, and great ride, saving ground, cut the corner, and she ran on well, and she kind of had to wait for room, switched out, and she really made it close at the very end of the race when the winner just had gotten the jump on her. Now, maybe she's one that kind of needed the start, needed to acclimate a bit, and I think the 6 furlongs does her more favors, too, than opposed to the 5.5, where she might be a little bit out-sprinted early on. She's incredibly fit here, and she looks like your typical kind of turf sprinter, has a little bit more bulk to her, really well-conditioned heading in here, so I think she's a little bit interesting. But the one who stole the show, at least from my perspective, is one that might fly under the radar here, and she currently sits at 8-1. That's number 8, Play the Music. She only has that one kind of true turf sprint at Colonial last time, 7 furlongs at Kentucky Downs first time out, willing to forgive her for that. But she is what I like in a turf sprinting filly or mare. She is robust. She's just an absolute tank of a filly, and she's your quintessential turf sprinter, plus she has speed in a race that doesn't have that much speed in it. Massive hind end to her, and she was coming off of a layoff last time, and by judging her here, as this is the first time I'm laying eyes on her, she probably needed that start, because she's one that it looks as though you might have to race her into fitness, Acacia, but I really like what I'm seeing from this horse, who is a price on the board.
8-1, a nice price indeed, Maggie. Thank you. Filly by Motown, Play the Music, as she showed speed last time out. She was actually a favorite coming back off that layoff, too, for Mark Casse, and maybe one that could take a step forward. We'll meet the field, though, starting with the plain one, Don't Look Back at All, trying to build off that second-place finish.
Yeah, she closed last time, but she has shown speed at times as well, and she did get bumped at the start.
The 1A, Lady Mia, U.S. debut.
Yeah, already grade 3 placed over on soft ground in France, and certainly a major player.
Here's Queen Ollie, who will break from the rail.
I like her getting another 16th of a mile, and I know people say it's only another 110 yards, but it's different the way the race is run.
Decanter is the 3, Flavien Prat up.
Yeah, finished well last time. Keeps Flavien, which I like. I like when a horse, jockey has an opportunity to get familiar with a horse.
Next in the post parade will be the 6, Fleet-Footed.
Also a horse that at times has shown high speed. Didn't last time, but has run better when she's forward.
Here's Feathers Road cutting back. First time for David Jacobson.
Yeah, 4-time winner on turf, 4 for 14, and a horse that could sit the right kind of trip. Feels like she's going to have to improve, though.
Here's Play the Music, who Maggie had some good things to say about.
Yeah, and should be fast. Dylan Davis, let her get out of her way and let her do her thing.
Here is the number 9, Vienna Code, big price back on turf.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a surprise. I just don't know that any of her races would be good enough to compete with some of the best horses here.
And out last in the post parade, she's a bit of a character. Here's Georgie Spirit.
Yeah, she's making a late appearance on the racetrack here, and sometimes horses are just better when they have more time. I like Georgie Spirit a bit here. I know she's 9-1, but she's got races, I think, that could make her a contender.
And last time out, that was her first race off of a bit of a layoff as well. She was about 3-1 in that allowance race at Saratoga. You'll get 9-1 on her today, but it's 4-5 on the entries. We'll get ready to kick off the late pick 4 on opening day. Belmont at the Big A. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly.
Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among the nation's richest sources of stakes caliber horses, graduates of this sale have won or placed in over 200 stakes races in just the past 2 years alone. Recent stars include Leave No Trace, winner of the Spinaway Stakes, and runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 2nd and 3rd in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. Glad to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon as we have the entry coming up in this 7th race. I wanted to take a look at the 1A Lady Mia, as it is her first start stateside. She hasn't raced since the end of October in Chantilly, France. And I'm going to circle back to something that Maggie mentioned in the paddock, because I thought it was a really interesting note. And it's something that, Richie, I've had a lot of conversations about with my husband, Miguel, who's, of course, an assistant and son to Christophe Clement. And with the German horses, as we do see a late announcement here of the long shot, the number 9 Vienna Code, late scratch to the 9 Vienna Code. But back to the 1A Lady Mia, Maggie touched on, in particular, the French fillies coming over here. And Miguel, who had spent time working in France for his uncle, Nicolas Clement, as well, said that with the French horses, they're not handled much when they're young before they come in to be trained as 2-year-olds. It's the same thing with German horses. And that's why you see a lot of them, particularly the fillies, who, for lack of a better term, can just be really mean and just a little bit tougher to handle when they're at the racetrack. And it's not uncommon. Just thought of something interesting I wanted to circle back on.
Well, you know, you think about horses, and I always equate horses and people. I compare them. And I think there are a lot of similarities. It's just like with children. If you don't give children good habits, teach them good habits early on, they're not going to form those good habits. So just like with horses, it's so important to handle them early and get them used to everything we're going to ask them to do later on throughout their career, and so that they'll settle in and handle it, learn their lessons early and handle themselves properly.
All about that foundation for sure. The entry 4 to 5 for the other part. Let's go back to Maggie.
That's great, Acacia, and thanks for kind of filling that in. I've only stood on this side of the pond when it comes to the French imports, and I've wondered why they can be such a handful. And, you know, I've spent time in England and have gone to a stud like Watership Downs, and those young foals there are just so personable, and they're handled, and they're very approachable and easy to manage. So it makes sense. It all starts from the beginning, as we'll take a look at the plain one, the insurance plan, I suppose. Don't look back at all the PA bred by Peace and Justice. She's being able to do, I think, what she wants to do for only the second time now as a 3-year-old. And she really has done well from 2 to 3, just a lot more athletic. She was a big, raw 2-year-old. She's beautifully put together. She's a little bit more settled. I think just Saratoga got her pretty revved up in the prelims, so a little bit more settled today. We'll see if that has any bearing on how she performs, because I think she ran very well for at Saratoga last time out over a good surface. She was bounced around a bit at the start. She had to swing very wide and was just wired that day by Shoot Out the Light. So I love the appearance of Don't Look Back at All, as we'll also check in with Fleet Footed. Just a quick comment on her coming off of a poor performance last time out, and maybe she isn't that good. Maybe she's just a decent New York bred. She is one, though, that got very angry and wound up heading to post last time out, and today it's not the same. Acacia, a lot better.
Good to hear. Maggie, thank you. Loaded in for the 7th. Here's John and Brielle with the call. Belmont at the Big A.
And they're off. And it's Lady Mia and Don't Look Back at All. So the entry mates are 1-2 going up the backstretch, with Decanter down at the rail running in 3rd. Fleet Footed's in between horses. Play the Music on the outside, advancing from 5th. Then Queen Ollie next in 6th, followed by Georgie's Spirit. And the trailer is Feathers in 8th. Don't Look Back at All gets clear now by 2 lengths after a quarter in 23 seconds over the good turf. Decanter is down at the rail. Lady Mia is in between horses. Play the Music is on the outside. Those 3 right together, all chasing Don't Look Back at All, who now has a 2.5 length lead. Play the Music ranging up on the outside into 2nd. Decanter is next in 3rd. Lady Mia has dropped back. And then comes Queen Ollie down towards the rail, far outside. It is Fleet Footed. It is Don't Look Back at All, who has a 3.5, now a 4-length lead. Play the Music, giving chase in 2nd, followed by Queen Ollie and Decanter. But it will be Don't Look Back at All and Jose Ortiz. Play the Music completes the exacta with Decanter in 3rd.
Don't look back at all? Well, that's exactly what Jose Ortiz said as he took them gate to wire in race 7.
Yeah, and maybe not the part of the entry that was taking all the money, although she's been a nice, consistent sort, but she got a very easy and comfortable lead, particularly after the 8-horse Play the Music, who I thought projected to be the speed of the speed, allowed her just to get loose and comfortable on the lead. And talk about a happy horse. I mean, she just could not look any more happy or comfortable on the lead. It looked like she was having a great time. And midway around the far turn, I was like, this race is over. She's just going so easy. And Maggie give you a nice horse to round out your exacta with the 8 Play the Music, who did run ungamely for second. But once the 1 horse made the lead so easily, Don't Look Back at All, she didn't have to look back at all. They were all chasing her.
A nice effort from the number 8 Play the Music, but it did seem that the pace dynamics were against her. No catching. Don't Look Back at All, who, as Maggie touched on, a filly who has taken that step forward from 2 to 3. She actually won on the dirt at Parks 2 starts back, and then she was wired after a poor start last time out. Shoot Out the Lights went gate to wire, and this filly just second best today. She got to do that to her competition.
Well, that dirt score, you know, taking advantage, and this is why Christophe Clement is so brilliant. Not only is he a great horseman, but just understanding that take advantage of that opportunity to run against Pennsylvania breds, and she's obviously a filly that's versatile. But boy, when you see one bobbing along in the lead like that and just looking as happy as can be, you know they're going to be tough to catch.
There's Christophe, 3 to 5. Don't Look Back at All, getting the win, 1-8-3-2 in race 7. I'm sure a great feeling for jockey Jose Ortiz when you have a filly happy, enjoying her job, and loose on the front end like she was. Bring you prices, reactions, and more from race 7, Belmont at the Big A, when we come back, and we'll talk about keeping it all in the family. That seems to be a little bit of the theme on today's show, as we'll meet the Cantor-Massey brothers, what drives them and the success they've had here on the NYRA circuit.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside, and
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
is Vekoma the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com or download the app today. Don't Look Back at All. She lived up to her name, wiring the field here in race 7 in this turf sprint. Happy horse who takes them every step of the way for trainer Christophe Clement, standing by with Maggie.
Yes, here with Christophe, Acacia, and Don't Look Back at All. Wow, she really ran to her name today, Christophe, bursting away from the gate and really turned away all challenges.
No, absolutely. It took me a long time to figure it out because she's not been the most consistent. And I just told her, before the race, Jose knew just to keep her quiet type of thing. And even if she was on the lead, it was a very slow lead, in 23 and change, 46 and change. But she was impressive. She won going away. I was a little bit disappointed with the other filly who trained very well, but I might have run a bit too short. So we'll work on that.
I did say it in the paddock. I said, I bet Christophe wishes this was 7.
Yeah, that would have been Belmont Park 7 would have been great, but we always have, as you know, we always have to adapt.
And Christophe, at Peace and Justice, a PA bred. I remember interviewing you after she won first time out at Saratoga, and you saying it's kind of an obscure pedigree, but she's such a beautiful filly. She truly is.
No, absolutely. And Peace and Justice, I think, is by Wolfont, I think. And so it goes back to, a very good line. She's a beautiful looking filly, if you look at her physically. And let's see, I will have to talk to West Point. Maybe we'll keep her for next year, and maybe we can add some black type to her name.
Speaking of black type, the Winter Memory is coming up tomorrow. You'll send out a New York bred, Silver Skillet, who the switch to the turf has breathed new life into this filly.
No, absolutely. She's in a pleasant surprise, improving all the time. And fortunately, the race turned out to be a killer tomorrow. It's a very tough race. So Joel is riding. I'm going to let him do whatever he wants because he's a much better rider than I am. But it's not an easy race. It's pretty tough on paper.
It is, but wishing you the best of luck and congratulations here.
Thank you so much.
All right, don't look back at all. Impressive here at the Big A. She's liking those turf sprints, Acacia.
She is indeed, and Christophe said he told Jose to keep her happy and keep her relaxed, and that's exactly what she did out on the track.
Yeah, I think sometimes people get caught up with a horse on the lead. They're not relaxed or rating. I mean, she was so relaxed and comfortable on the lead, and that's a recipe for success. And don't look back at all at 330. $19 exacta with Maggie's selection underneath.
Yeah, good call, Maggie, with that filly at a nice price underneath. We are on the main track for the 8th race, 7 furlongs. It's a $40,000 non-winners of 2 in life. 5-2 favorite right now, and the number 6, Ghostly Girl, first off the claim for John Toscano. But first, as promised, we'll give you a little bit more insight into another racing family that has continued to make a mark here on the NYRA circuit. For brothers Matt Ken and Ilkay Cantermasi, they've had some big wins and some big successes, but at the end of the day, they're truly living their family's American dream.
In the future, I'm expecting to, of course, win the stakes races, and which I think it's very soon about to come. I think the biggest change, we won the graded stakes after 22 Saratoga meet with Evie Jets.
There's Evie Jets who's ready to pounce up on the outside.
Which we were talking about, like we are very close to win the stakes races.
Evie Jets who's 2 lengths in front. Evie Jets sprints to the line. It's going to be Evie Jets and the Noble Damsel.
We almost slip at the barn. We are young and we want to do it. We are hungry for success. And we want to show our success to my family, my dad, everybody. So it was very emotional. It was our first stakes in the United States. It was very important for me and Matt.
Matt Ken and Ilkay Cantermasi grew up in Istanbul, Turkey, watching their father, Tuncay, one of the country's top trainers, win big race after big race.
He was always telling us, I want you guys in the better spot. So he made United States his goal for our future. Like especially Saratoga, when we come to Saratoga, we start coming like 5 years ago, and you deal with in the racetrack mostly really professional people. I think one of the best places to be, United States and especially New York.
Another change at the Cantermasi barn. Matt Ken wants to use the golf cart less, spending more time riding their stable pony, Sierra Sun, leading horses to and from the track during training. The 11-year-old gelding is still a work in progress as he transitions from his days as a racehorse. Sierra Sun holds a special place in the hearts of Matt Ken and Ilkay. He won 7 races for the brothers at smaller tracks when they were just getting started in the United States. While their father is in Turkey this summer watching his son's races late at night, Matt Ken and Ilkay's mother loves to visit during the Saratoga meet. Their passion for the sport and understanding that nothing comes easy, win or lose, keeps their focus on the day-to-day grind of running a successful stable.
Just advantage first turn because we are number 2.
It's April Antics, 3.5 length lead. Ichiban trying to get into second. April Antics. Ichiban might have just nailed her.
Whoever put down, very close. She's very little, you know.
Oh, that was a tough beat that day for April Antics, but they've had some big moments. April Antics would come back out of that race to win in her next start with a little bit less distance, which she was happy about. And of course, the biggest win of the summer for the Cantor Mosties with Evie Jets picking up another graded stakes win, and the emotion from them. And you see, Richie, how much they care about that mare who they claimed and have done a tremendous job with.
It just feels like Evie Jets is the horse that's going to help get them to the next level. I think they're very deserving of getting to the next level. They're good horse people. They're good people. And you could just see the care and the hard work that goes into their barn. And I love when I have the opportunity to stop by the barn and just talk horses with them. They are true horse people.
After that race, I got a chance to interview the two of them, and I asked Ilkay, what does Evie Jets mean to you? And he said, she means everything. She's the queen of the barn. And I love to hear stories like that and see their success. Tough guys to not root for and to not like, guys. We'll see them represented by the number 3, Shigeko, in this upcoming 8th race, Belmont at the Big A. We'll talk a little bit more about Shigeko's chances and the rest of this field when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
New Vocations is the oldest and largest racehorse adoption program in the country.
We started the program in 1992, and we've placed over 7,000 thoroughbreds and standardbreds into loving homes. These horses were coming from 40 different racetracks across the country. We specifically work with owners and trainers who are looking for an aftercare option for their horses retiring. We take in horses from all over the country, as far as California, Florida, New York. Our largest facility is here in Lexington, Kentucky, but we also have facilities in Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and Louisiana. The racehorses in general are extremely athletic. When they come into our program, we've always been amazed at how much they love to work and they love to have a job. Thoroughbreds, normally when you turn them out, the first thing they want to do when they're turned out in the field is run. It's really amazing to see how so many of them want to run the Kentucky Derby at least 10 times before they stop and start eating grass. And so when they retire from racing, it's important that we keep them active.
Thoroughbreds are naturally athletes. They make tremendous competitors, even in other disciplines. We have horses go on to be successful in dressage, different Western disciplines, eventing, show jumping, you name it. Polo, we have horses who have gone on to do it. So really the sky's the limit for these guys after they're done with their careers on the track. That's really just the beginning for them. And it's a much easier transition for them than people imagine. They just take to it so readily.
So what we've seen over the last 10 years is a huge growth in the number of people, owners and trainers specifically, who truly do care about where their retired racehorses are going when they leave the track. And we have some great supporters, great owners and trainers that have supported our efforts for many, many years because they really do care about their horses.
You can check out newvocations.org for more information on yet another great organization doing all of the wonderful work for off-track thoroughbreds. But coming up this weekend, there'll be a great event to highlight the versatility of off-track thoroughbreds. And Maggie, I know that you and 91 Assault will be participating in the Real Rider Cup. First of all, we are so proud of you, and it's going to be so much fun to follow. Tell us a little bit more about the event.
Well, it does take place at Fair Hill. It's the second leg, as starting last year, Acacia, the Real Rider Cup expanded to Lexington as well, and that took place in July. And that event pushed the Real Rider Cup over $500,000 raised since 2017. And so far this year, we are at $125,000 and growing. And this does support New Vocations as well as the Retired Racehorse Project and the Fair Hill Thoroughbred Horse Show. And I'm excited. This is my third time competing, and this time with 91 Assault, who I affectionately call Boo. He was a racehorse for my husband that we owned as well, and he won several Louisiana-bred stakes on the turf. And for what I loved about him on the racetrack is tenfold in his second career. He's so honest, so brave, and really just loves his job, loves to get out there and work. And he just embodies everything that I love about this breed, because they can go out there and do anything. And the Real Rider Cup truly demonstrates and shows that they are really good sport horses after their racing careers are done. So if you can, check out therealridercup.com, and you can donate in anybody's name. It doesn't have to be me, but anybody that you wish to support. It's greatly appreciated. Acacia?
Well, Maggie, it'll be so much fun this weekend. We can't wait to follow. Best of luck to you and Boo, and as you said, for such a tremendous cause. As we've seen, Richie, thoroughbreds come back into fashion a little bit, so to speak, in the show world. Back in the day, it was kind of the it horse for jumpers and eventing, and now really the warm blood has taken over so much more. But we're seeing a little bit more of a shift of a desire to have a thoroughbred in the show world too.
Well, I mean, honestly, thoroughbreds, like Maggie said, they embody everything you want from horse. They're brave. They're incredibly intelligent. They're smart. They handle things. And obviously, they're athletic.
Yeah.
And they've handled so much already, and I really love what I saw there from Boo, 91 Assault. I mean, he was just so tractable, and you could see the way he would kind of get in the bit. And Maggie, nice hands, the way she was able to get him into those jumps. I think we got to put together a team. Team Naira, Team America Day at the
Richie
races.
said Richie's coming out of retirement to jump 2.6 next year, so you heard it here first. I'm coming out of retirement. We'll do it.
Yeah, I think we got to make this a team event. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think Andy will do it with us?
I already have the horse picked out for Andy.
Race 8 coming up next. 7 furlongs on the main track. Let's head back to Maggie for a paddock report.
Oh, guys, I'm so game for that. I feel a little out of place. I'm just kind of put on a team this year, and I don't know anybody. So I need my people behind me and with me as well. But taking a look at some horses here in this field, we'll start with 2 drop-down runners. And look, Roman Goddess, she comes out of a race in which she was able to wire the field at Indiana Grand and comes in here for Mike Maker. She's certainly done some shipping around, that's for sure. And I'm wondering if it's taken its toll. A horse that, albeit she's run twice at Naira and I've never seen her before, I don't really like what I see, to be honest. She doesn't carry her weight well. She doesn't look like a good doer overall. And I think the 7 furlongs is perfect for her. I think that's a good distance from that rail position to be forward because she looks like one that probably can use a little bit more ground to cover, but not a great impression in the paddock, and neither with number 8 here as well, Divine Cross, as she's second off of a layoff. She never really went on at all. She was a nervous type last year. Well, that's kind of subsided. She's just lacking a lot of muscle mass here, second off the bench. She's got that kind of dry, dull winter coat to her already. I just felt as though there were some other options and people gravitating to number 6 in here, Acacia Ghostly Girl, and I think that's probably the right call.
Ghostly Girl, first off the claim for John Toscano. Maggie, thank you. Blinkers going on that filly. There is a Divine Cross. We'll get back to her momentarily. First, we'll meet the field, starting things off with the well-traveled filly Maggie was talking about, Roman Goddess.
Yeah, good speed last time in Indiana. Expect her to have speed again from the rail.
Here's the 2, Yogi.
Another one that adds blinkers, and when she's run well, it's been going a little bit further and when she's involved.
We saw that feature on the Cantromasi brothers. Here's their charge, Shigeko.
Yeah, Shigeko just feels like she's have to get a little bit faster, come up with a better race than what we've seen from her.
Susie's Savor, a big price. Here's another long shot, Dashing Della.
Yeah, Dashing Della comes off a very poor effort for 16,000, now back in for 40.
Ghostly Girl, 2-1 favorite.
I think she makes a lot of sense. Showed good speed last time going a mile, turns back to 7/8, adds blinkers.
Here's My Girl Jowl coming out of starter allowance.
Yeah, you get Kendra Carmouche giving this one a try here, and would have to improve as well.
There's the 9, Harlan's Bond.
Yeah, ran well last time for 25 for Dave Donk. Moves back up in company. I think this is much tougher than what she faced last time.
And I guess the 8 is coming out last.
Well, all good things are worth waiting for.
That's right. The 8, Divine Cross, coming next. There she is. She actually went out early. Excuse me. Katie Davis going to be aboard.
This is who I like. She's taking a meaningful drop in class. She's faced much tougher. Katie Davis kind of does well with horses that obviously she was out early because she's probably a bit of a handful. And Katie has shown that she can handle tough horses, horses that are more nervous. She gets along with them. I like John Kimmel giving her an opportunity. She's my top selection. I like what I see from her in the warm-up, and I like her draw towards the outside in longer sprints at Aqueduct. To me, are always an advantage.
And you brought up a really good point, kind of what Maggie was talking about, and I was in the paddock last time, and she looked like she was just really lacking in muscle mass. But in her last race, she was trying to run off in the warm-up. She was really tough to handle in the preliminaries. And so I'm sure Katie's taken note of that and spoken with trainer John Kimmel. This is her first time riding this filly, but I found that she is really good with kind of the quirky horses and getting them to relax before the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of it has to do with her temperament, her demeanor. She's somebody that enjoys what she's doing so much, and I'm a great believer in horses feed on that energy and positive energy. And besides that, she rides a good race. She's strong. She's determined. She's constantly trying to hone her craft and improve. And for a horse that last time you were talking about how she was in the post grade Divine Cross the 8, that was with Javier Castellano, a Hall of Famer. Now, Katie Davis gets aboard. Now, you saw she was strong, but she had her, and now she's still being a handful. I'd like to see her now at some point hook back up with her pony and maybe settle back it down a little bit more.
We'll take a look at Divine Cross. This is from back in December last year at Aqueduct, where she broke her maiden on a muddy track, but also going the 7 furlongs and was up by a nose.
Yeah, and this day with Romero Mirage on her, a rider that really impressed me last year coming in the summer. And this was a nice, determined run. Looked like to me like she hit the front. And I don't know that the horse inside of her got more emboldened, or maybe she kind of got a little bit lost, because then when that horse got next to her, she kind of dropped her head and reasserted herself. And this is a horse that is less exposed, maybe that's the right way to frame it. You know, this only being her 5th start, she's still, you know, a little bit of a horse that could have upside.
Still has some blue sky, so to speak, as she takes a big drop in class. The 6 Ghostly Girl, though, continues to be your favorite. Finished 3rd last time out behind Sicilian Grandma, a Mike Maker trainee, and that was her first start, dropping down to the claiming level since she broke her maiden after she'd been running against tougher horses in Starter Allowance Company. She comes back at a comparable level, and the blinkers go on.
Yeah, and listen, obviously comes from, you know, a good barn. Kenny McPeak does good work. The Toscanos, John Toscano trained his first winner going back to 1970. So here's a man that's been winning races for over 50 years. And sometimes horses, just a change of scenery, perks them up, something a little bit different. And she has races that are more than good enough to win here. Adds blinkers, maybe that changes her mind a little bit too. She is 1 for 13, you know, so that's why I'm leaning towards the 8, because, again, I just think there's maybe more upside. But I think she's a very logical favorite.
2-1. Maggie, you touched on Ghostly Girl being a logical alternative to the class droppers. What do you see from her on track?
Yeah, so of those 3 kind of short-priced horses, she by far looked the best, Ghostly Girl in here, relative to the 1 and 8. And now those shortcut cheater blinkers, we'll see how much of a difference they make. They could make a huge difference. And as Mig was saying, possibly a change of scenery, too, kind of changes her mind about things. But I decided not to pick her in the end because her last race was woeful. She was supposed to win an off-the-turf event. Yes, Sicilian Grandma had some dirt races to go back on, but Ghostly Girl was the one that felt like the real class dropper of that crew, and she set the pace. It was not a particularly fast pace, and she just caved around the turn. Like I said, maybe she breathes new air today in a different barn, but at the end, I decided to take a shot with the horse that gets Kendrick Carmouche aboard for the first time in number 7, My Girl Jowl, for lower profile connections, but I couldn't fault this filly at all. Great coat to her, really strong behind the saddle, and she gets a little bit of class relief. You know, the last time she was in a spot like this for 40,000, it resulted in a win. So I think My Girl Jowl makes a good deal of sense. Got a patented Kendrick Carmouche solo, good-looking warm-up on top of that. Acacia?
My Girl Jowl, a nice 13-1 shot in here. Like it, Maggie. Thank you. As she was 36-1 last time. This is by far the lowest price that she has been, and she's still a long shot. And I think, Richie, that's in large part due to the presence of Kendrick Carmouche.
Well, absolutely. I mean, and this is no reflection or knock on other riders that have ridden her previously. You're getting a higher profile rider, a rider that wins on a consistent basis in the New York circuit, and that's always going to catch people's attention.
2-1 favorite, Ghostly Girl. We'll see if she can build off of that last race. As she had the dirt form, it was an off-the-turf race, and she was not able to get the job done last time out. Your favorite for new connections, a couple of intriguing class droppers in this spot as well, as it will go the 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Here's John and Brielle.
Waiting now for Divine Cross and Harlan's Bond. Harlan's Bond steps up, and we're set for race 8. And they're off. And it is Divine Cross and Harlan's Bond from the outside, Dashing Della from mid-pack, and Roman Goddess from the rail. Yogi now moves up. Roman Goddess narrowly. Yogi moves into second with Dashing Della next in third, and Ghostly Girl has advanced into fourth. Then comes Divine Cross. Far outside, it's Harlan's Bond. Break of 2. Back to Shigeko, followed by My Girl Jowl, and Susie's Savor trails the field in 9th. It is Roman Goddess by 3/4 of a length. On the outside is Dashing Della, who's now moving right alongside of Roman Goddess. Roman Goddess, Dashing Della, their heads apart, with Ghostly Girl moving into third. Harlan's Bond on the outside in fourth. Shigeko advances down at the rail. And on the outside is My Girl Jowl. Up front, Roman Goddess on the inside and Dashing Della on the outside. And the two of them are right together through a half and 46 and 4/5 seconds, with Ghostly Girl sitting in third, but 3.5 lengths off the lead. Roman Goddess asks for more down at the rail. Dashing Della, the long shot on the outside. Ghostly Girl continues to gain as they pass the 8th pole. It is Roman Goddess in front. Roman Goddess has a 2.5 length lead. Ghostly Girl moves into second. It will be Roman Goddess by a little more than 2. Ghostly Girl was second, then Dashing Della in third.
Roman Goddess took a little bit of pressure and kicked away, able to take them gate to wire for the win for Mike Maker.
Yeah, Manny Franco, strong handling here and very chalky exacta. Roman Goddess took pressure from the 5. Dashing Della just kept finding, and a good run from the co-favorite here, Ghostly Girl, who failed to change leads, ran the entirety of the stretch on her left lead. You could see when they turned for home, she just never got over, where the winner, Roman Goddess, she shrugged off, challenged, changed her proper lead, and you can see this is a clear illustration when a horse is on a wrong lead. The gray filly on the outside leading with her left foreleg, where the inside filly, Roman Goddess, did everything properly, but a very logical result here. Again, strong handling from Manny Franco, and horse that was, I thought, disappointing was the 8 Divine Cross, who basically just absolutely showed nothing, was done early off the bridle. Katie Davis was imploring her to get in the game, and she just didn't have any run on her mind whatsoever.
1-6-5-9 in the 8th. Belmont at the Big A was the horse that was forwardly placed. Roman Goddess able to fend off all challengers. Manny Franco continuing to ride strong. A little bit of a slow start to the Saratoga meet for him, Richie, but he finished with a flourish with several multi-win days.
You know, and when you get off to a slow start at a meet like Saratoga, it can at times set the tone for the entire meet for you. And he just stayed to the task, Manny. He didn't let it get him down. He just kept working, and he worked his way through it. And boy, was he riding in tremendous form the last half of the meet.
That's his second win today here too. Roman Goddess going every step of the way. Co-favorite at 2-1. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more. And we'll talk some of the local horses who may be intriguing in this weekend's Jockey Club Oaks. Can Highland Grace fend off the Charlie Appleby invasion? We'll talk a little bit more about her chances and the rest of the field after this.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churl Spite running on. Mason in front. Churl Spite on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Prince of Monaco's too good. An impressive winner of the best pal.
All purpose, all places, all power. Spitestown.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In the 8th race, it was Roman Goddess. The number 1 for trainer Mike Maker makes it 2 victories in a row. She'd been well-traveled, got her maiden-breaking score at Horseshoe Indy, and it just seemed they were logical about where to spot her next, and it paid off, Richie.
Yeah, absolutely. I think very well placed here, dropping class after winning a maiden allowance at Indiana. Took consistent and constant pressure from the 5-horse Dashing Della, but shrugged it off and finished resolutely. And Ghostly Girl, who also took a great deal of money, ran on well to be second best, but Roman Goddess gets it done with Manny Franco contributing another strong ride for Mike Maker.
2-win day for Manny Franco, $6.80 winner with Roman Goddess in the 8th. We'll take a look at the late pick 5. Follow along. We've got 2 races to go. Hope you're still alive as of yet, as we had part of the favorite entry. That one was logical. Where's Chris, the 2B, in that 2-year-old race in the 6th. Pretty generous price so far with a good-sized pool in that late pick 5.
Yeah, and also just for people, like you get 2 favorites finished 1-2, and you get a 22-to-1 shot, winds up 3rd. And I think sometimes maybe that's the way to get value. It was a $132 trifecta for 50 cents. If you really like 2 horses, maybe use them first and second with pretty much everybody underneath and hope you catch that long shot to round out your try, because that seemed like a very generous trifecta with your 2 favorites running 1-2. You just need that long shot to run in and get paid for a nice try there.
Well, we could have a short price favorite coming up in this next race in the 9th, as you saw Space Launch currently at even money with that big drop in class. But first, we'll talk about our America's Best Racing race of the week. It will be race 9 on Saturday, the Grade 3 Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks Invitational, 1 3/8 on the turf for the 3-year-old fillies. And while, of course, there's been a lot of discussion about the Charlie Appleby runner, Eternal Hope, Highland Grace, a local horse that we've been seeing here in New York for Barclay Tag, has won her last 2 races impressively. And it does seem like, Richie, when she got to run a little bit further distances, she handled firm ground, she handled yielding ground. She's in great form coming into this race.
Yeah, and she also laid up closer going a 1 3/8 2 back, and then well back last time when she caught a little bit more pace on yielding ground. I like horses that are consistent. She seems like she's figured the game out. She's trained by a horseman's horseman in Barclay Tag, and Highland Grace comes from a family that has always excelled, and you can go back a couple generations in this family, at longer distances.
2 big wins over at Belmont Park, as we did not see her run during the Saratoga meet. I would imagine Barclay kind of had this race circled on the calendar, so to speak. There's another horse in the race who started most of her career over in Europe, and then we've seen her come back here stateside, the 7 Sperling Bog for Grand Motion. We saw her run in the Belmont Oaks and then trying a stake at Laurel going shorter last time. She just missed.
Yeah, just missed last time at Laurel in a overnight stake, or a listed stake, if you will. And she, to me, I think is going to appreciate going further. Now, is a 1 3/8 maybe stretching her a bit far? I didn't think her Belmont Oaks was a bad race. She didn't break particularly well. She wasn't beaten more than 3 lengths, a little bit less than 3 lengths, as a matter of fact. So I think she's obviously very interesting from a top horseman in Grand Motion.
She's very intriguing, and she'll make her 3rd start stateside as well. The Belmont Oaks was her first race for the barn and her first race in the U.S. as well. So you could certainly forgive her for that effort and facing the likes of Aspen Grove at a big, big price. Just missed last time when going shorter, as this will wrap up the Turf Triple Series for the fillies, as Aspen Grove, as mentioned, won that Belmont Oaks. Elusive Princess, very impressive in the class that she had, bringing to the Saratoga Oaks in the rainstorm that day, and we'll see who wraps things up with the Jockey Club Oaks.
Yeah, really love this comprehensive series of races that have put together. It was a brain trust of Martin Panza, who used to be with Naira. And I love the European participation that we've gotten in these races. Now, this is a grade 3, so maybe it's not going to lure some of those horses out of Europe as much because they want that grade 1, placing at least. But again, I think a tremendous series, and I'm looking forward to see how it continues to evolve in the coming years.
Me too. It's been a lot of fun so far, and we'll have a good rendition of this year's Fasig-Tipton Jockey Club Oaks coming up on Saturday. Have you ever wondered what goes into naming a racehorse? Well, it's not quite as simple as you might expect, and there's a lot of different paths you can take to choosing the right name for your potential future star. We'll learn a little bit more about it after this.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer!
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Park.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Have you ever wondered where racehorse names come from?
Inside information.
Seattle Slew! Secretariat! Zenyatta!
How exactly do owners go about naming their horses? The Jockey Club Registry governs the daunting task of naming a racehorse. Andrew Chesser oversees the process of naming horses for the Jockey Club registry.
So I'm always quite keen to see names that are a good tip to the sire and or the dam. I'm remembering the Kentucky Derby winner, Authentic, is out of a mare named Flawless. Stakes winner, Stolen Base, is out of a mare named Running Wild.
Stolen Base to win.
You've got some that are good tips to the sire. Constitution has some good stakes horses named We the People, Independence Hall. Quality Road has Bleecker Street, which I find, as a native New Yorker, quite interesting. Or even ones that combine the sire and the dam. I know the nice stakes mare Rushing Fall by More Than Ready out of Otondo. Combine the sire and the dam, I know that quite interesting too.
Like anything else, there are rules. You are limited to 18 letters. Punctuation and spaces count towards the limit. A name can also be rejected for being too close phonetically to another name.
A different spelling doesn't change the fact that it sounds exactly the same. And again, we're trying to avoid confusion.
How long is the name protected? Well, that depends on the horse's success on the track.
Names that are currently in use, whether they're active racing stock, active breeding stock, or if they've reached a sense of famousness because they've won certain stakes races. Those names can be protected for longer or they can be permanently protected. You know, for example, if a horse is in the Racing Hall of Fame, has won an Eclipse Award, won a Triple Crown race, you know, those names become protected forever. So there's a general rule of thumb that if a horse is over the age of 10 and in the past 5 years has neither raced nor been bred and its name is not protected for another reason, that name can be re-released.
You can still submit your name by mail or fax, but today owners use the Jockey Club website or the naming app.
You really see an owner's creativity when they go about naming their horses or things that are really special to them. So I would just want to make sure that anyone who's involved with that horse, you know, have the opportunity for a say and that it's a name that everybody can be agreeable to, that's impactful, has a bit of prominence to it as well.
This is a very nice racehorse.
And now you know what goes into naming a racehorse. It's a lot more than what you might think, and a great job on that piece to give a little bit more insight into it. And you and I were just talking about some fun names. I know we have a lot of appreciation for clever names. There can be a lot of pressure naming a horse as well, and very tricky if you name a horse after somebody.
Yes, because you obviously want that horse to do well. And, you know, I had one name for me, the Mig, a really very great guy. Bruno Morabito named the horse for me. It took him a while to break his maiden at Finger Lakes 2,500, but he got it done. I like how clever the names you've come up with. Senbei, I thought was a tremendous name. Maybe you can explain a little bit how you came up with that.
Well, I'm 2 for 2 so far with winning first time out at Saratoga, which was pretty exciting. This was Miss Dior Cherie, a filly by Bolt d'Oro out of Above Fashion. And I know it's Bolt d'Oro, but I played a little bit with the names as Miss Dior, spelled D-I-O-R, is the name of a perfume. And so thus Miss Dior Cherie became the filly that won first time out for Dean Reeves and Stephen Rocco, and Senbei, that I also named for Mr. Reeves as well, won first time out at Saratoga a couple years ago, and he was by Candy Ride out of Sweet Aloha, so found a tea cookie, a Senbei, in a Hawaiian candy store. So I do some research, but it's a lot of pressure. You hope that they're good, especially if an owner kind of trusts you to name them, but it was really special because I felt really close to that filly. Was there picking her out, you know, at the 2-year-old sales at OBS April, and getting a chance to see how she came along, and winning first time out at Saratoga was really fun.
Oh, it's great. And I really do. I love the effort. When we see there are several owners that really, you know, put that effort in. You know, Barry and Cheryl Schwartz come to mind. Caesar Kimmel back in the day, but he was an announcer's worst nightmare. He had a horse that I used to ride here named Shiny City Shoes.
That's just mean.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're like, I said it very carefully, very deliberately, but imagine calling that name in the midst of a race. It could get a little dicey.
Well, I know one horse that we are well familiar with in the Naira circuit that you're a big fan of. Her name is Mozienko, filly by Hat Trick, or I should say a mare, and we found out after we'd already known about her and she'd been running that she was named by our friend Michelle Yu.
Yeah, and what a great name, too. Hat Trick, Bill Mozienko, scored the fastest hat trick still to this day in NHL history, of course, against my New York Rangers. I wasn't born yet, but, and I believe it was something ridiculous, like 22 seconds. He scored 3 goals, so Mosienko could not be a better name, and my hat's off, pun intended, to Michelle Yu.
See what you did there.
A daughter of hat trick, excuse me.
We love it. We love those clever names, and always fun when you have an opportunity to learn a little bit more behind the story of it, too. Sometimes they can be really special. You think of the likes of a Cody's Wish and the story behind a name and how it can capture so many people and make them root for the horse just based off of the name and the story behind it. We turn our attention to race 9, a mile and a 16th on the turf, $35,000 claiming race, non-winners of 3 in life. And as expected, the 6 Space Launch is your heavy favorite, taking a significant drop in class.
Yeah, and I think the drop in class is what the doctor prescribed for this horse. His buyer figures are just lofty compared to the rest of the field.
This is back in December of 2021, which was the date of his last victory. So he's due, that's for sure. And it was here at Aqueduct, too. Probably the last week or so of turf racing when he was able to get that last first-level allowance win. And since then, the 2 or 3 Dan races that he's been running in, just really, really tough horses.
Yeah, and listen, it has been a long time since he's found the winner's circle, but this is the easiest field he's faced in a long time, and I think he's just well spotted here. And again, it's one thing to be a really good horse person, but to be a successful horse trainer, the other part of the equation is placing them in races where their abilities are going to shine.
Well, here's your favorite, but for more on some price horses in the field, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Yeah, Space Launch looks tremendous here. I have no problems with him, and it just makes a great deal of sense in this spot. Though, as we'll check in with a horse who occupies the rail position, starting from the gate, and that's number 2 in here, Caffrey, for Phil Antonacci, who comes back off a little bit of a layoff as a new gelding. Now, his recent form leaves little to be desired, but he does get back to running a route of ground on the turf, and sometimes just gelding will change a horse's outlook on life. And not that Caffrey was a bad actor. He used to be, going back a ways. He, as of late, been a little bit more relaxed. He looks great here in the paddock, though. Looks very strong behind, great in his coat. And he's always a horse that has struck me as one that, yes, he'll be fine on dirt, but probably a little bit better with some ground to work with. So mile and a 16th makes sense, and I'm always kind of intrigued by horses that come in as new geldings, though he is a 5-year-old, so not saying it's going to make a world of difference with him. As we'll also take a look at number 5, Covert Cat in here, who we are just waiting to get the tack on, but getting it on now. He comes out of a race in which he won going the 5.5 for the non-2 for 30 at Colonial. I thought it was a great effort, considering that he steadied at the top of the lane, or even more advanced, maybe at the 3/16 pole, and the hole opened back up, and he exploded through it. So he's one that has shown an ability to be able to handle kind of any distance you throw at him. I think he looks fantastic here. Sometimes a horse that doesn't love to run straight, but as we take a look at him here in the paddock, does look as though he has his normal equipment of that ring bit, figure 8, and those blinkers that he typically has worn, a French cup, so closing him in quite a good bit. But again, I just thought a horse that looked as though, based upon his turf form, maybe is starting to figure it out and looks the part here in the paddock. As number 8 is My Romeo Lima. He was beaten when sprinting on the turf last time in May at Monmouth by Grooms All Business. I mean, soundly defeated that day, but Grooms All Business would win a stake in his subsequent start with a 96 buyer. And this guy doesn't want any part of sprinting. He's very long and lean in his frame, taller, leggier, really laid back. I like him getting back out to this type of distance here for Jose Cameo. I think he looks fantastic. He's incredibly fit given the time away from the racetrack. He's kind of the one Acacia that, if there's going to be anybody that's going to upset Space Launch, I thought he might be able to throw his name into the ring.
He is intriguing, Maggie, thank you. As he stretches back out in distance, also showed improved speed when going longer too and coming back fresh. My Romeo Lima, if you are an Irad Ortiz player, This could be the time, as you're getting him here at 12-1. Usually it's a much shorter price.
It's very rare to see Irad at a big price. And I think, obviously, for a number of reasons, his success. I mean, you know, Irad wins at a very high percentage, and he rides hard every race. So people, you know, fans appreciate that, a rider that makes that kind of effort. And also, Irad's agent, Steve Russian, is not a guy that chases empty wagons. And he's got a rider that is in demand. So he usually has options in races. So the fact that he lands here makes me feel like this horse is alive. 12-1, big price to get Irad.
Irad's brother, Jose, will be aboard that horse. Covert Cat, who Maggie was touching on, winning that sprint at Colonial last time out in the non-winners of 2 condition. And as she touched on, not the smoothest of trip for him. And then as you saw other horses as we're coming to the top of the stretch, tipping out, he kind of waited in between horses. And you would not fault a horse for kind of stopping at this point, Richie, and waiting to try and find a seam. He re-rallied between horses when he was able to.
He just showed a great deal of nimbleness to be able to kind of extricate himself. Now, to me, it was minor trouble in some respects. He didn't lose a lot of momentum, but I think it pointed out his athleticism.
Here's the remaining part of the entry. The 1A Ghostly Prince will break from mid-pack.
Yeah, got up last time under Flavien Prat. You get Flavien Prat back here, but can he put 2 back-to-back? This is tougher.
The 2, Coffrey went by. More on him in a moment. Here's the 3, Eddie the Great.
Trained by Eddie Barker. Was he named for Eddie Barker? We'll have to improve.
There's the 4, Spetro, last out winner.
Yeah, last out winner where he got to walk the dog basically back in July. I see more speed signed on here.
Covert Cat stretching out.
Yeah, horse that we just showed overcame some trouble stretching out, but showed a lot of nimbleness to pick his way through a field.
There's your favorite, Space Launch, big drop in class.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense on the drop. Just really have a hard time seeing past him at a short price.
Our Country, Joel Rosario will be aboard.
Yeah, gets back to the turf after running in 2 rained-off races. Does have a race or 2 that could kind of see him getting a check here.
Intriguing, stretching back out, My Romeo Lima.
Yeah, get Irad at a big price. I could think of worse ways to invest my money.
There's He's Got It.
He's Got It has got to get it better. He's got to improve.
And for the Cantor Mossy brothers, there's Ario.
A horse that should be forward, and we ran a feature on the Cantor-Mossis, and we've seen that angle pay off in the past.
Sometimes that's the best racetrack angle of them all. There's the 7, Our Country, distant second in an off-the-turf race last time out. In fact, in his last 2 races, unfortunately, much like many other horses throughout the summer, plagued by the rain and the off-the-turf runnings, and so didn't actually get to run on the grass for a claiming race at Saratoga. So you can kind of look at it as his first start on the turf for a claiming tag with this barn.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to look at it. And Mark Hennig had a tremendous summer, best Saratoga meeting he's had in quite a while, and his horses always look good. It still feels like, even though ultimately, if you look at it that way, he is dropping in class on the turf, that he's going to have to improve. He's going to have to go a little bit forward. But I think you could say that about the entire field other than the 6 Space Launch.
Sometimes a drop in class just really can make such a big difference. Just the company that he's been facing recently. Our Country there, he is warming up on the track 9-2 right now as he'll get back to the turf. The number 1A, Ghostly Prince, got a win last time out. That was in a starter allowance field for Rudy Rodriguez, going 1 mile and an 1/8, and he'll try to make it 2 in a row.
Try to make it 2 in a row, and it just feels like at this level, you don't see horses string together a lot of wins. It's always a little bit tougher. You're facing winners, horses that have gone through the same condition. I think it'll be interesting to see how he responds. I like that Flavien Prat stays put. And, we talked about it a lot. And we're so, in some respects, spoiled in New York. We have such a good jockey colony. There are so many good riders that it almost becomes interchangeable. But Flavien Prat's a rider that impressed me because I just have a hard time finding any flaws in his game. Every rider has strengths and weaknesses. I think Flavien Prat does everything well. Maybe there are some riders that do certain things a little better, but he does everything well.
a well-rounded rider, and that has certainly served him well. Some big, big wins this summer at Saratoga. I know Maggie seemed to be interviewing him on the pony almost every weekend as Flavien will look for another win.
I did, Acacia. You're absolutely right about that. But it's always a pleasure to catch up with Flavien. Great insight, great interview, and an all-around nice guy on top of being a world-class rider as well. As we'll check in with one that Joel Rosario is riding. As number 7, Our Country finally gets back to the turf after actually, holding his own. I know they were well-beaten runner-up efforts on the dirt, but this is his preferred surface. You just look at him and he looks like a turf horse. He is one that carries a lot of weight and conditioning. That's just him. That's always been him. But the one difference I will say is that Saratoga, it's just such a different environment. I mean, we saw it with Don't Look Back at All and how much more relaxed she was here over at the Big A, despite a lot of these horses being able to run out of their own stalls at Saratoga. It's just the energy, the crowd, the noise, the excitement of Saratoga gets a lot of these horses undone. And Our Country at times had shown that. And today, it's the complete opposite. He's very relaxed, very settled, and he might project to get the right trip, as there does feel as though there's several horses that could be forward in here, but every time I say that, it's a typical slow-paced horse race here at NYRA. But again, it just feels like Space Launch is also going to sit the ideal type of trip, and he just on paper is better, and there's nothing to fault him out on the racetrack or back in the paddock, Acacia, to say that he's not going to win this one.
Even money on Space Launch now. Maggie, thank you as he takes that big drop in class. And look, there are some other horses for sure that could find themselves in the right spot and get the right trip, as Maggie mentioned. But the thing about Space Launch, and he has been going a bit further, he does have tactical speed. He's not going to be stuck with too much to do potentially late.
No, and I think that's an important thing to look at, particularly when you're handicapping turf racing. The trips that horses get play such a huge factor, particularly in turf races. And he's a horse that can get enough position where he's not going to have to fight his way through an overwhelming amount of traffic. I think he's going to be sitting right in behind the pace, and he just looks too good, at least on paper. Obviously, we don't run the races on paper.
The horses he's been facing recently, Pioneering Spirit, would go on to run second in the Grade 1 Sword Dancer and then win the Bernard Baruch closing day of Saratoga. Loading in for the 9th, Johnny I, voice of New York Racing, Belmont, I should say, standing by.
They're all in the gate. And they're off. And Spetro is away well. There goes Covert Cat now moving up to challenge. And from the far outside, it is Ario. Spetro is the leader. Covert Cat runs in second. Ario is next in third. Coffrey is down at the rail. In between horses, Ghostly Prince runs in fifth. And then comes Space Launch in sixth, about 4.5 from the front. He's Got It is next in seventh. To his inside is Our Country. At the back of the pack are Eddie the Great and My Romeo Lima. Opening quarter, 23 1/5 seconds. Spetro, Ario on the far outside, and Covert Cat in between. So now it's 3 of them stacked across the track for the lead. 3 long shots. Ghostly Prince is next in fourth, followed by Coffrey in fifth. Space Launch, the favorite, is sixth, 5.5 off the lead. Then comes Our Country, and he's Got It, followed by My Romeo Lima and Eddie the Great. 1/2 mile in 48 seconds. It is Spetro and Covert Cat, and the 2 of them are heads apart, with Ario on the outside in third. Now Space Launch is being asked for more. Coffrey is down at the rail. Ghostly Prince is gaining in between horses. Covert Cat has now come away with the lead. Here comes Ghostly Prince in the blue blinkers, moving up now. It is Covert Cat, challenged by Ghostly Prince on the outside. Our Country is now kicking in late. Our Country trying to get to Ghostly Prince and Covert Cat. Here comes Our Country on the outside. Our Country has the momentum, has the victory, wearing down Ghostly Prince and Covert Cat.
Our country gets the victory back on the turf as Mark Hennig continues his strong run that we saw in Saratoga, carrying on through the start of this Belmont at the Big A meet.
Yeah, and listen, Mark's horses look good. They've been running to their looks. This horse worked out a beautiful trip under Joel Rosario, who is usually one of Christoph's Comont's go-to riders, and Mark was able to procure the services of Joel, who delivered a picture-perfect ride here. And I think you pointed out, Acacia, something very important. This was the first time this horse got to run for a tag on the turf. And the 6-horse Space Launch, I just think he was flat. I mean, he had a good enough trip, and he just didn't really fire.
It seems that he kind of just ran the same race, even if it was against softer company.
Yeah, I mean, he got a decent enough position into the first turn. The first quarter was fast enough. It moderated in the middle. Manny rode him the way you're supposed to ride a big favorite. He saved as much ground as he could the first turn, but put him in the clear around the second turn. He just did not kick on.
Did not fire, did not hit the top 3. Your favorite in the 9th, it was 5-1 shot. Our country getting back on the grass, who was successful today. Trainer Mark Hennig, Joel Rosario, 7-1A5, and a photo for 4th. Prices, reactions, and more after this.
Was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners in 2021 with 5 and 2022 with 6. Again in 2023, no stallion has sired more Grade 1 winners.
Big race. Nest Clariere is too far back. A 16th to run, and Idiomatic has a 2-length lead. Nest is fully extended.
This is what winning looks like.
A huge performance all the way.
Curly, the classic sire.
Here comes Gem Mint 10 and now Dylan Davis, and they get ready to swarm these leaders. Gem Mint 10 is in front. Gem Mint 10 wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
And Echo Zulu puts her away. Echo Zulu, most impressive in the ballerina. And Gunite is maintaining the lead, and he will defeat Elite Power in the foregone.
Gunrunner. Breed true.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. In race number 9, by the way, still unofficial, but the order of finish posted 7-1A-5-2 with that 2 Coffre holding on for that photo for 4th, but no doubt about the winner, the 7. Our country able to run down the 1A, Ghostly Prince.
Yeah, Ghostly Prince put in another good effort here, too. Hit the front just inside the 8th pole, but here came the winner, Our Country. Just a nice inside-out kind of trip under Joel Rosario. And, you know, there were moments in time during the Saratoga meeting I just wondered, you know, Joel was a little bit inconsistent. It feels like watching Joel ride today, he had that kind of smooth way about him. And when Joel's riding in good form, he looks very smooth on a horse.
Absolutely. $13.40 winner. That should play pretty well in the late pick 5. I'm sure Space Launch could have been a lean for quite a few players, but Our Country getting the victory in that 9th race. Just one more to go, and we wrap it up with a fun New York bred maiden special weight, 6 furlongs on the turf for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. And currently the number 1, Soretta, is your favorite at 2-1 for Jim Bond, as she'll try to find the proper spot.
Yeah, she's been running well consistently. Maybe the 6 furlongs is perfect. Right? The 5.5, a little bit sharp. Mile 2 starts back, maybe a little bit further. You get Junior Alvarado now. Jamie Torres, their apprentice, who's now left town, will be plying his trade at Churchill Downs. Left, so now you get a journeyman aboard, and Soretta, really nice Barolo, which you expect from Jim and Tina Bond. A lot of their horses named for very fine wines.
I like that. And talking about naming horses, that keeps with the theme. And usually Richie, who is our local wine expert, I am the local wine drinker, but Richie, the big expert on wine, gives a nice lesson about all the different wines that the Bonds name their horses after, which I love.
I get a kick out of it. I can't wait when I see the Bonds horses' names, because I know what they have in their cellar.
I love that. Soretta, 9-2 now, as favoritism's actually shifted over to the 2 Velouz, as she comes back pretty quickly. She ran on closing day against the boys at Saratoga, and she's now here on opening day. So coming right back, and now against her own gender, and taking the blinkers off as well. So some quick changes for Velouz.
Yeah, I mean, she had the blinkers on last time, was a change in equipment. Now they take them back off. She gets it back against fillies. And it feels like this is a filly that has shown a lot of ability at times and just kind of hasn't put it all together. And it feels like one of those that Christophe is probably always kind of trying to figure out.
Well, those are a couple of the big players for the 10th race, the nightcap, Belmont at the Big A. But Soretta, as we talked about, for the Bond Racing Stable, and this is one that they have their hands all over. Trained by Jimmy Bond, owned by Bond Racing Stable, and bred by their Song Hill Thoroughbreds, as it truly is a family affair over at the Bonds.
As a little boy, this was a dream. We've got a farm that most people would die for. It's gorgeous. We're so proud of it. I think it was predestined for us to have New York breds. I was lucky enough to have a horse called Le Carrière. Le Carrière was second to Cigar in the Breeders' Cup in '95. He was a New York bred. You know, New York's really getting it right. I mean, you look at Tiz the Law, Funny Side, so many great horses, 4-Star Dave. So you're seeing them every day at Saratoga, Belmont, Aqueduct, throughout the country. They're winning races. It's the greatest program, in my opinion. And, you know, we're lucky we're breeders too, so we get a few more awards.
We breed a lot of our own horses, but we have bought some of them as well and put into the partnership. We maintain the majority of each horse, and we sell 5–10% shares. We're heavily invested in each horse as well. It helps us with the risk, but it also gives them a lot of comfort in that we're taking the majority of the risk. These horses are professional athletes, and they're your sports team when they're going in the gate. And for us to share this with so many people across the country that have joined our partnerships, and that's really rewarding.
We've been fortunate enough to have some really nice horses, and some were a little slow early in their life, mentally, physically, and they became good horses.
They're giving their all, striding with every stride. Will's Way has won it.
Will's Way was a horse that threw his heart out and he chased it. He was amazing. One of my greatest horses, if not the greatest.
My heart always went to Barron's. He ran 6 Grade 1s, I think, in a row, and he went to Dubai twice. He was just an iron horse.
Tisway takes the Met Mile with style.
Tisway won the Met Mile and, of course, the Whitney, and, you know, then was syndicated to Spendthrift. And he was a good horse. Buddha was an exceptional horse. He was a star. He beat Medal d'Oro in the Wood Memorial. They just wanted more. That's all you can say, you know, and that, you know, we're just lucky to be around them.
We bring different things to the table. I come from a corporate background, and he's the horse person, so I think I see things from different ways.
Well, I was her dream job, okay? We got to straighten it out right now, okay? It's fantastic. We are best friends. We've been best friends for 40 some odd years. When you work with your best friend, great things happen, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
The Bonds well represented in this upcoming 10th race with Soretta, and that's going to be the theme of the features today, Richie. We had with the Davis family, we had the Cantor Massey brothers, and now we have the Bond family. So we take a look at Jimmy Bond's, some of his best career horses, and I think that really kind of encapsulates a lot of what racing is about. And I remember Todd Pletcher saying this, yeah, I've missed a lot of things through my career, but I get to bring my family to work and to all the big events that maybe you don't get to with a normal job.
Yeah, trade-off, but a tremendous ability to be able to share that with your family. And listen, life's about balance, personal and professional.
We're going to take a quick pause to welcome in our Fox Sports viewers. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Here in South Ozone Park, we have just one more race to go on opening day of the Belmont at the Big A meet. Acacia Clement alongside Richard Migliori, Maggie Wolfendale with us, as well as was the case last year, this fall racing meet to be conducted at Aqueduct, but typically would be Belmont Fall with Belmont Park under construction, Richie. And so far, we've seen some terrific racing, and there's a lot more to come.
And a beautiful day. I mean, we just had a sun-kissed day, a little bit of a breeze off of Jamaica Bay. The turf courses are in fantastic shape. They hadn't been used since the spring before we went to Belmont Park. And listen, I know some people give Aqueduct a bad rap. Aqueduct is a tremendous racing surface. It's a wonderful place. You've got a subway that takes you right here, and it's the first racetrack I fell in love with racing, so it's always going to hold a spot in my heart.
Hope you have a chance to come out and join us for some of the big racing days. And if you're following along, we appreciate that too. And want to remind you that you can do so and play all of the action too. Join Naira Bets today. Play everything on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Just one more race to go on this opening day. It's race 10 for Belmont at the Big A. 6 furlongs on the turf. A New York bred maiden special weight for the fillies and mares. And we talked a little bit, Richie, about the one Soretta and the two Velouz, both of whom face each other back in Saratoga in July. Velouz had one start since then. In fact, closing day of Saratoga when she tried the boys, she's back against the fellow fillies today.
Yeah, back against fillies. Also a quick turnaround, particularly for Christophe Clement, who doesn't run his horses usually back that quickly. So, again, I think a filly that's been a little bit of a puzzle for him, probably a little bit frustrating for him at times. But she must be doing well for him to wheel her back in basically 10 days.
3-1 tepid favorite right now. For more on this field in the nightcap, let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Acacia, as we take a look at this field, and Velouz looking the part here as your 3-1 favorite, Christophe Clement will send out a first-time starter with quite a pedigree. That's number 9, Lorana. She is a daughter of Blame and have to a slew of very nice New York breds. Obviously, Sue and Storm Prophet, they were a little bit more proficient going long on the dirt, but also have to these lantern bugs are all over the paddock. I've been having fun destroying them all day as one just landed on my arm. But also I have to Epping Forest, Uncle George, Cocapelli, all very efficient and successful turf sprinters. Now, she looks well suited to the conditions here. Might want a little bit more ground. She's actually kind of a bigger girl and carries some conditioning to her. Super coat, but whoa, when she walked in here, she was very green and very wound up. So we'll see. I'm going to keep an eye on her and how she behaves out on the racetrack. But she just might be a little over the top in that she might need a race just to kind of, whew, I can handle this, I can do this type of thing. As we'll check in with some other first-time starters, including number 3, Super's Lucky Lady. Now, Super Estrella certainly isn't a household name when it comes to sires, but he's owned by Rob Falcone and his family. So the Super Estrellas you see are going to be trained by Rob Falcone. And there's turf on the bottom side, as with a limited number of starters, he has had more success with his turf horses. Now, this one, not a bad looking 3-year-old filly here, decently put together, fairly athletic. Might need to start from the fitness perspective of things, but has been very professional in here. And like I said, Rob's been able to get these horses to fire and fire early at oftentimes. Really well-developed hind end to her too could be one that is forward early on. And then a first-time starter that isn't taking much money, but like the pedigree on number 6, Cherbourg, for Roy Lerman. And honestly, she makes a great impression here. She's fit. She's been professional. She has an excellent walk on her. She overstrides by about 2 or 3 hoof prints, and I love to see that. She's just been laser focused since walking into the paddock here. This daughter of English Channel, the dam went 2 for 8 on the turf, going a little bit shorter, a half sibling, 1 on the turf, sprinting as well. I like what I'm seeing from her. I think she's going to run well here at a big price at 20-1 currently. As we'll take a look at number 10, Show 'Em Your Heels. Has only had 1 chance sprinting on the turf, and by far her best effort to date, finishing 4th first time out, going the 5.5. She did not look good when she ran on the turf going long. She just looked dull in her coat. She looked very, very light. Well, now she comes back, and while she still is a bit more of a leaner type of filly, she has filled out. She's strengthened up. She's just so much stronger across her top line, through her hind end. She looks great in her coat, and I am a little bit partial. I loved her dam, Freudy Ann, and we've seen her brother just ran in the race before. He's not quite as good, but I still think there's some upside with Show 'Em Your Heels. That was Eddie the Great I was talking about, but definitely an improvement, Acacia, from 2 to 3 with this filly.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Some good notes about Show 'Em Your Heels. Maybe she could take a step forward coming back for her 3-year-old debut. There is Valouz, 1 of 2 for trainer Christophe Monis. We'll see if she can finally break her maiden today. Filly by Run Happy. We'll talk more about the rest of the field in the Thursday finale from Belmont at the Big A after this.
Monday, September 18th is the biggest day of the year at Presque Isle Downs with a $150,000 Presque Isle Mile plus a $300,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters. The Masters is a key prep for the Breeders' Cup. Just last year, PA-bred superstar Caravel became the 8th horse to run in the Masters before achieving Breeders' Cup glory. It's the Presque Isle Mile and the Presque Isle Masters, Monday, September 18th at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more information, visit presqueisledowns.com/racing.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us on this opening day. Belmont at the Big A, getting ready for the nightcap. The New York Breds in the spotlight in this maiden special weight. And the thing about these types of races, Richie, is that you look to see, is today going to be the day for some that have been trying for a while and maybe get the right kind of trip? Or will it be that it's one of the more lightly raced types that'll jump up?
Yeah, I kind of get in my head when I see horses have had a lot of opportunities and they haven't broken through. I lean towards horses with just lighter resumes, right? Horses that haven't shown their full ability, or horses that, you know, are first-time starters with pedigree, which the 9 really fits that bill. The other Christophe Command. I mean, the mare's produced a bunch of winners, but 3 debut winners, including Uncle George, Cocopelli, and Epping Forest. So, you know, I think that there's a lot of upside there.
Number 9, Lorana, first-time starter. Maggie talked about some of the intriguing first-time starters in this group. There's a look at number 5, Shaman Princess. That was her first start on the turf last time out, and she was pretty headstrong after stumbling at the start when not being able to set the pace, which was typically her running style.
Yeah, and she's out of a mare, Storied Lady, and I think John Hertler was trainer around here for many, many years. Tremendous horseman, trainer of Slew of Gold, had her, and she was a real nice mare on the turf. So, like, to me, even though she's had 6 attempts, she's only had 1 turf attempt, and I thought she had excuses there with that stumbling beginning. So she's intriguing to me, you know, at a bigger price.
Let's meet the field, starting things off with the Jim Bond runner. We saw that feature before on the Bond family. Here's the 1, Soretta.
Hard knocking, consistent, gets a good inside draw, should be saving ground.
Quick turnaround for the 2, Valouz.
Yeah, and takes the blinkers back off after that failed experiment and cuts back, turns back right away, 10-day layoff.
First-time starter, Super's Lucky Lady went by. Here's the 4, She's a Natural, cutting back.
Yeah, a lot of tries here would have to be improved.
Shaman Princess, we talked about first time on the turf last time.
I thought excuses last time, and you get Jose Lezcano, who's been riding in tremendous form.
First time starter, as Maggie touched on in the paddock, big turf pedigree on Cherbourg.
Yeah, half to Twisted Filigree, who ran twice in the spring, sprinting her younger half-brother, and he had a win in a second.
First start as a 3-year-old for the 7, Army of Thoughts.
Yeah, didn't run badly first time out. Was carried out when she ran here at Aqueduct last September.
First time starter, Lorana.
With the pedigree, I think she's very interesting.
There's the 10, Show 'em Your Heels, making her 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, her first race sprinting on the turf was good enough to put her in the frame here.
And the number 11, don't forget about her. She draws in from the also eligible list, True Martini.
Yeah, it just feels like she would have to improve. She's been running in maiden claiming races recently, and now she steps back up to the maiden special or maiden allowance condition.
That's the field for the nightcap on this Thursday. As we head back over to the inside, the 2, Valouz, 2 starts back in her first start of her 4-year-old season. She ran against Soretta. They finished 2nd and 3rd behind the speedy Spooky Lady.
Yeah, and I just think Valouz had a better trip this day. Soretta was circling wide while she was sitting in the pocket, and she came out and it looked like, okay, it's finally Valouz's day. She's going to get it done. And I just question if she really wants to run by horses. She seems very content to run alongside a horse.
Plus the blinkers last time.
Yeah. And again, I think she must be a bit frustrating for her conditioner, Christophe Command, because it appears that she has ability, but you know, some horses, they want to dominate, and some horses, they're very content running with the pack.
And I know for Christophe, the CC Crimson co-owner partnership put together by his daughter, my sister-in-law Charlotte, some of her friends from Harvard Business School, and also Valerie, Christophe's wife. And Valerie said, I hope we win. I can't fire my trainer. So...
Well, you could, but it could be awkward around the dinner table.
It could be awkward around the dinner table. 2-1 on Valouz right now. For more on this field, let's head back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with Valouz, who gets back against Phillies for the first time since two back. I just don't think she was very comfortable being down on the rail last time out when facing the boys. I know she was the beaten favorite too, but she looks good here, you know, with regards to the quick turnaround. She's carrying her weight well. Her energy is good. Kind of typical Valoose that I normally see. In fact, since returning to the races, I think she's gotten stronger with each subsequent start. So I'm okay with Valoose. Now, Soretta, she's had her chances too. She's 0 for 11. But last time she added an extension blinker, so a blinker covering that right outside eye. And you look at her short comment lines: 5 wide, 3 to 4 wide, 3 to 4 wide, 6 wide, 4 to 5. She likes to be wide. She likes to be out there. And it didn't really, I think, make that much of a difference in her running style or the way she performed last time. But they choose to keep it on here, as she will break from that inside post position. So don't forget, with that inside post, she's not going to be able to see the other horses breaking and likely will run to the more open space to her inside. But again, this is the second start with that extension blinker. You would have to think she'll be a little bit more accustomed to it this time around. But typical Soretta, she looks fantastic. She just has yet to break through. Acacia?
A horse that is always so visually appealing, Maggie. Let's see if in start number 12 she'll be able to get the job done. Quickly, I know Richie wanted to talk about a couple others, but I wanted to touch on what Maggie had commented with the extension blinker. For a rider's perspective, when you're breaking from the rail and the right eye is fully covered with Soretta, she can't see anything to her outside. What do you have to do as a rider to make sure that she'll still break okay and get into a good position?
Yeah, you got to be very conscious of her looking straight down the racetrack, because that eye is not going to be able to see the break if her head is turned towards the left at all with the blinker cup covering it. And I know some people think they'll react to the bell. They react to the opening of the doors, and they have to be able to see the break. Now, the assistant starter will be aware of this with that blinker. Junior Alvarado, being a veteran rider, will be aware. You have to make sure that the left eye, the one unencumbered by that blinker cup, is able to see the break, see the doors move when the break comes.
First-time starter number 3, Super's Lucky Lady. We heard Maggie talk a little bit about the pedigree of this one. I know you wanted to touch on this filly, Manny Franco, looking for his 3rd win today.
Yeah, I thought this horse was kind of interesting, too. Maggie talked about the pedigree. She's a half to Ladies Lunar Luck, an 11-time winner on the turf. The mare, Watrell's Lady Han, is a producer. She was trained by a dear friend of mine, Dennis Brida, who also trained the grandsire, Dixie Brass, to win the Met Mile. So I just thought this horse was kind of interesting from a pedigree play. And taking some money, 9 to 1 for a first-time starter with, you know, I think Super Strella is not a stallion people would be aware of as much.
The nightcap on this opening day, Belmont at the Big A, coming up next. We'll send it up to John and Brielle for the call.
Number 11, True Martini, the last to go in. And we are all set for the opening day finale. And they're off. Slow start for number 4. She's a Natural, and she trails. Shaman Princess away well. Super's Lucky Lady now moves up to challenge, and the two of them are right together. Then comes Army of Thoughts, who's running in 3rd. Show me your heels in between horses. Far outside is True Martini. Then it's Cherbourg, who's racing in 6th. Lorana is alongside in 7th after the slow start. She's a Natural, has moved up on the outside into 8th. Then Soretta and Valoose, and Soretta had a steady there at the back of the pack. Shaman Princess is the leader through a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Shaman Princess by 2. Super's Lucky Lady in pursuit in 2nd. Then True Martini next in 3rd, followed by She's a Natural. Valoose is on the extreme outside, the half 46 and 2. Shaman Princess by 2 lengths. Super's Lucky Lady, first-time starter, is all out in 2nd. It is still Shaman Princess, then Super's Lucky Lady. Valoose farther back in 3rd, then Soretta and Lorana. They're coming for the finish. Shaman Princess. Here's Super Lucky Lady surging. Super's Lucky Lady to win it. First-time starter gives Manny Franco his 3rd victory today.
Super's Lucky Lady. We talked about the pedigree, and she was able to run down the pace-setting Shaman Princess. We discussed her previous trip when having a poor start and being taken out of her comfort zone. Today, she tried to wire the field, but Richie, the first-time starter, was ready to run her down.
Hey, terrific job by Rob Falcone to have this filly fit enough. She showed very good speed under Manny Franco before being outrun to the turn by Shaman Princess. They said, okay, I'll give her a little chance. But she kept coming with this relentless grinding run. And a lot of first-time starters would get discouraged. She wasn't getting into the margin, but she gets it done. And Super Estrella has produced some winners from a very small book of mares that he's been bred to. And the mare, again, going back to Watrell's Lady Hand, has been a producer. And this was a really nice effort from Shaman Princess. Valoose was far back early, as was Soretta, who did something odd going into the far turn. She looked like she almost maybe lost her footing a little bit behind, but 1-2 around the racetrack, and a very game effort by Super's Lucky Lady, who just refused to be denied.
7-1 first-time starter Super's Lucky Lady gets the job done on debut. 3-5-2-9. Third win today for Manny Franco. As we talked about a little bit earlier, Richie, just how well he was riding towards the end of Saratoga, and he's obviously carried that momentum over to the start of the meet. What a way to kick off a meet here, being back over for Belmont at the Big A, and you get 3 wins on the card.
Yeah, and it took him no time to adjust to the change from 200 miles north in the foothills of the Adirondacks to Ozone Park, Queens, and just a very strong rider and a pleasure for me to watch. I admire riders that have that kind of physical prowess that Manny displays on a daily basis.
Such a strong finisher, such a strong rider in general. Manny Franco, 3-win day on opening day for the meet, gets first-time starter Super's Lucky Lady to the winner's circle. Tomorrow, when we come back, the feature will be Winter Memories. It'll be our first flat stakes race of the meet. We had, of course, Grade 1 over the steeplechase jumps earlier on the card today, but tomorrow on Friday is race 8, a mile on the turf for the Winter Memories for 3-year-old fillies. Came up a very salty race, and we'll see who can get the win and pay tribute to Winter Memories, named for a very talented turf mare.
Really talented turf mare. We see a lot of these mares that Jimmy Toner trained that have races named for them. And we got a big field, 14, and trips are everything in turf racing, particularly in a large field like that. So it'll be interesting to see who gets the right turf trip.
It will be very intriguing, too, with that big field and some horses in really good form. And no surprise, Chad Brown well represented by several in that Winter Memories. Back to today, first-time starter Super's Lucky Lady gets the win. House horse as well for Rob Falcone. His family well familiar with the pedigree and gets the victory. Third win today for Manny Franco. Rob, who had a tremendous Monmouth meet as well, and it had been a long time between drinks for wins at Saratoga. He finally got off the dock, the final win, final week of Saratoga. Good to see him winning with a firster here.
Yeah, I often think it has to be frustrating for trainers. They prepare a horse, they give the keys to the car over to the jockey, and then you need a trip. Trainers can be in slumps and their horses could still be running well.
It's all about having a little luck mixing with that preparation in horse racing. Thanks for joining us today on America's Day at the Races. We'll be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Hope you'll join us, as of course the feature will be the Winter Memories tax implications. Liguria will go head-to-head once again, and the wild card of the race, Sacred Wish, first time on turf after being Grade 1 place in the Coaching Club American Oaks 2 starts back for George Weaver. The Winter Memories and plenty of other exciting action coming up tomorrow on America's Day at the Races. We'll see you then. Good night, everyone.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. BF Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power, and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.